Alright, everyone, thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful episode of The Expanse, episode 67, Vengeance, part 2. Will there be a part 3? Maybe. Find out tonight after a few hours of us role-playing and playing our wonderful characters. But I want to thank you all so much for joining us this evening, and I don't have any... Oh, wait, yeah, we have officially rescheduled, last Thursday's game to this Monday, is the... Wait, I'm confused. What happened? Yeah. If Song of Rapture got canceled, you would definitely know that because the channel would have imploded. No. Let me see here. So we're moving this Tuesday's game to Monday, but nothing else is changing?
And maybe the next week as well?
Okay.
Father Winter attacked him. Leave him alone.
Yes, so hopefully he'll be
Ice is scary, y'all.
well recovered for this Thursday. I think we should be having a game. So Valentine's Day? Are we having a game Valentine's Day?
Oh shit. Probably not.
Because
You got a date, John?
that's
Thursday.
Thursday.
Omen probably does.
I'm assuming Omen does.
Just do it on the weekend like everybody else.
Yeah, unless he's got plans on a different day and they're not doing actual Valentine's Day.
Yeah, because I know we're cramming in some stuff earlier in the day. That's because Mel has off that day, so we're just gonna go do stuff like lunch. All right.
We'll have to check with Omen.
We'll
I guess you guys will know hopefully tomorrow.
Yes, because he'll be here for the game, I think was the understanding. So be sure to tune in tomorrow for Kingdoms of the South. So that's moving just this week from Tuesday to Monday. And other than that, everything should be hunky-dory. We'll keep you posted both through the Twitch and through Twitter and through the subscription emails for any changes or any alterations, any last-minute shifts. Other than that, I got nothing up in the old noggin, so I think we're good. So, Monsieur Brendan, what are we looking at this Sunday?
I think we got one more announcement with Mr. Nick. That it seems like a little bit of more good news with the games going forward. Sounds like Nick has been able to iron out his schedule and maybe even freed up some days. Is that somewhat confirmed, Nick? Are we good to go?
My manager signed off on it, so it should be starting on the 2nd.
Oh,
Okay.
March.
Gotcha. So, still be in flux for the next couple weeks, but thankfully you're not gone. We'll get you back.
Yes, an integral glue to all 3 games. Nick's characters would have been sorely missed. So thankfully we'll be able to keep him.
Yeah. And surprise, he's here today. And I think you're also going to be around next week for the Expanse.
Yes, I think.
Better be, or that'll be real weird. All right.
Yeah, there you go. So
Hello, I'm out again. Goodbye.
We'll hopefully have him for 2 Sundays, so that way, you know, if he's not here next Sunday, the weird reason that he shows up will be the same weird reason he leaves. It's fine. Brendan's
Fine.
You know, he doesn't need an oil change or anything. He's perfectly
Ground
fine.
just opens up, swallows him up, and it's like, well, I guess Owen's gone. Whoops.
Oh, jeez.
Besides that,
And then he's-
Screaming, while you're
Hold on,
out,
one more
can you
thing.
bring us back some beer?
Let's get some
I
high
think
mileage
that's
there.
it for announcements.
Good shit. Oh, and of course, want to give a big shout out and thanks to Arts and Coffee for sponsoring Lionhead Gaming and the 3 games that we do a week on Sundays, Tuesdays normally, but Monday this week, and Thursdays. That is the Expanse, our extremely late game, slightly with a dash of Wild West flavor, mostly just a tumbleweed and some dust.
There's a train.
There was a tumbleweed. There's a train. There's steam engines. It's fine.
There's a mine.
You've
Just do
never
the Darity
played
Steam
Cowboys
voice
and
all
Demons?
the time, and people will believe it's a Western. That's just what Carson sounds like now. It's fine.
Yeah, this is like the old-timey church part where the priest is old and he like sends you out to do missionary work. It's good. It's classic.
Yeah.
Classic
Yeah.
Western.
Are you
and
even going
everything.
through, Brendan? I think you're not going through. Unless you want to push
I'm just trying to do the voice. Try to do it again.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a
there
good
is a
guy.
tribe of centaurs that we need to
Yeah.
go
All
Alright,
right,
Bravo.
man.
My name is Red Kale.
All right, come over here, Armageddon. We're gonna have a root into in little showdown.
Oh, God.
God. Yeah, so be sure to tune in for this game. Of course, we have Kingdoms of the South on Tuesdays. A wonderful little early game. Start with a very interesting party of would-be heroes, and we have Thursday's slog through Death Island and scary, awful things. But it's a lot of fun.
And a cat.
Yeah, watch the TPK as we all
got a
get
cat.
to
We
do
got a
all
snake.
Will we gonna stop an island of death? Who knows? We probably won't. We'll probably just get eaten
Or
and
die.
cry. It'll be
Enjoy
really
the
emotional.
island
At
of
least 3
death.
characters will die on Thursday, so be sure to tune in for that. You know, if the
man,
characters
it's gonna
don't
be a
die,
double
the
down.
concept of
Death
love
Island.
will. It's fine.
I mean, it's good. Katie's gonna die on Monday, and then Persephone dies on Thursday. Boom. Double
Yeah,
header.
we're not. It's not called a Death Island if no one dies.
That's true.
It just
Death
becomes an island.
Mm-hmm.
This becomes an island.
Yep.
Hello?
Right?
So big shout out to Arts and Coffee for sponsoring us, and you can check them out at the website posted in chat and use promo code LION10 to go ahead and get some coffee through them and get a nice discount and help support the channel. So thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for supporting us. And without further ado, I think you all are here for some D&D, and I know we're excited. So let's get to it. Hope somebody has a recap, because I sure as fuck don't. Good luck!
Yeah, as our heroes have made their way chasing after Mishasa, one of the 4 trade princes of the city-states of Troskin, the foe of one of our heroes, Ivar. She is recently discovered to be a devil in disguise, a leader that has reigned over a large city known for slavery and pit fights for as long as anyone can really remember. Mishasa's Pins being a place grown from cities into more cities into a somewhat small nation of itself, as the party has helped rebellion throw apart her power, rendering her armies useless, her cities overthrown. As she fled, they pursued, and now they are hot on her heels in a strange fortress of sorts, and hopefully will be upon her just shortly. But seems like there's some other obstacles in the way. Who wants to give me a recap of what happened just last time around?
Maybe get some slick DM inspiration for your pivotal fight, perhaps. Maybe.
I already have some.
Maybe get 2 instances because God will.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Brendan. Other DM inspiration? Can I start stacking it?
Nope.
Okay,
But
well,
roll
guess
them
you're gonna
dice.
have to roll a 6.
Roll
We don't have
them dice.
We could do a little popcorn thing because I know the gist of it, but I always forget parts.
Sure, we can do popcorn, but we're going to start off with Lannister. Start us off, Lannister. What do you remember from...
Well, I mean, last time on the Expanse, we were in this fucking dungeon, right? Apparently there are these creatures here that just kind of stand with these weird fucking lanterns, just kind of floating around. Kind of creepy, really. They're like blue, and like just kind of fucking staring at you in corners of rooms. Oh, that's the fucker right there. And so we managed to, figure out that these lanterns are key for unlocking the wards or whatever these walls of fog and death and destruction are in this hellish escape that is.
It also
Inshusha's
seems like their aura kind of makes the people in the dungeon fight a little bit stronger. You can hear their whispers through the walls and whatnot, and they fight with a little more aggression and strength. So we figured we had to shut them down. We traveled through and we missed a few doors, but got to the lanterns first and decided we had to backtrack and try to find out what the need for these lanterns are because we were at an impasse. And we came to a big, scary, demonic red circle on the ground with the lanterns in hand and some crushed lanterns near the center. So we figured, hey, maybe let's try it. We put the lanterns in the middle, see what would happen. And it worked, I guess. The fog that was blocking our path, this thick, impenetrable by sight and too scary to try to cross into fog, seemed to be dissipated. When we moved forward, we found out the fog wasn't fully dissipated, it was moved back. So we thought, well, if it worked once, it'll work again. We started to search the rooms we could find. We found another scary red circle, but we didn't have the lanterns because somebody was a little overzealous with their fire, and maybe we would have had 3 lanterns, but we didn't. So we had to find another guy with lanterns. Before we were able to completely search and just stick the key in the hole, this fog started to emit dangerous creatures. Creatures like Lannister mentioned, floating in the sky with a... Well, he didn't mention them, but they reminded me, I guess, of those lanterns. They were like a blue, foggy energy. Yeah, those guys.
Foul, fiendish abominations created through dark portents and rituals, I'm certain. I know that we were able to hold them back while we tried to figure out where the last one of these things was, so we could end this.
What do you mean, way?
Well, Lannister was
That's right.
a one-man bastion of defense, holding back the majority of them as they were scorched by the light of Hephaestus's forge and Cinder's, talents of flame. Desmond and Ivar making their way through the staircases and rooms of that side area, trying to find that last lantern-wielding thing. I believe Desmond also took some of the lanterns and stuck them into his bag of holding. I think 3 of them. I do not know what exactly he plans to use them for, but I'm sure his ingenuity will turn up something.
I'm sure he had a really good idea that he's just playing.
It was after wave of these abominations scorched with light and cut down by Lannister's blade, along with a very admirable defense and offense of Ivar and Desmond off to the side, trying to find this lantern, that they were able to retrieve it, and Ivar was able to get it to Frederick, and Frederick was able to get it down through the hallway and over to me, and I was able to dispel the ritual by smashing its foul magic upon its weird engraving, some awful star. With that wall seemed to dissipate, and it seemed a small arena of sorts revealed to us, a lone man in dim light, standing in it, beckoning us, calling to Ivar, or Pantheon, I don't remember what he said, probably Ivar, for him to confront him. He was by himself, a single man wielding 2 blades with a harsh tone to his voice, and he seemed to have words and ire for Ivar.
That's true. Wait, did you tell him about those fucking things with like the fucking baby monster things in their bellies?
Oh yes, the awful abominations. Yes, they seem to
That
almost
fucking thing right
pull
there. That's
in.
right.
We tried to forget about those.
Yes, it seemed to want to pull our souls from our very bodies. Just an absolute abhorrence to life. Just death itself. It seemed emanated from that
What
thing.
were you doing to him? Like you kept like pushing that fucker. Like how did you do that? I haven't seen you do that before.
Sometimes you get a little help from somewhere else, and your power grows. What I'm curious about is what was it that you said, Ivar, to this guy when we went in the arena?
That's true.
What was that?
No, Ivar, you gotta lift up the helmet right there. Lift it up.
I don't
Ivar's
know.
gone.
What did I say?
Oh no, he been hitting the head
Just
again.
summarize.
I don't remember what I said.
Do you know this man, Ivar?
Darkness, something. How dare you in the past have done this something to me?
Oh,
Prepare to die.
With deepened voice and hushed tones, it seemed that Ivar and this man exchanged words, but they were of import, it seemed, only to themselves, and not even for my keen memory to remember. But I was mostly focused on that man and whether or not he was an illusion or some sort of trick, something to bait our very venerable paladin into a trap. It did not seem that was the case. It seemed that this was to be an honest and fair duel, though he did seem to possess some enchantments upon him. They seemed to come from himself, and so Ivar deemed himself able to face this man without any boons or enchantments from those who came alongside him, save me healing him, giving him all the strength and energy he would need for this contest. As we pulled away from him and he prepared his final rites or enchantments that he could bestow upon himself before confronting a foe from his past.
Indeed. Good stuff. Everybody get yourself some DM inspiration if you don't have that. And yeah, as we mentioned, Ivar having a short conversation with this strange man, the man lifting up this strange segmented metal helmet that seemed to slide piece by piece upward, revealing a face with red skin and horns known as the somewhat hidden away tiefling folk. As to most of the party, their words somewhat confusing as they talked about the past, how Ivar had grown a darkness inside of him, and possibly this man was to blame for it. He spoke of how he had pledged his allegiance to Mishasa even after apparently his death. But at the end of it all, this man that stands before Ivar is still blocking the way. You can see on either side of this room locked doors, knowing what's behind one, not sure quite yet what is behind the other. But it seems like this man, requesting a duel with Ivar, wishes this to be completed before you can move on. And so, the final words. The fuck is.
someone just like mess with the toy.
The torch goes flying around the room. Random black spot. Fucking Tobin.
Hey, can you just like quickly share control of my character with him?
You could just watch on the stream.
Wait, why?
She don't see me.
Why is Freddy back there?
The
Freddy,
last
get in
thing
the
I
fucking
did-
door!
The last thing I did is I had him turn into a turret, and he's like blocking the doors, kind of like swiveling back and forth. But I mean, hey, his real master's here, so here you go. Yeah, tosses the keys back to Desmond.
Oh, there's a door over here. Alright, get ready.
There, Toman, you can see Yolder. See through her eyes. Not in the actual game, just so Toman has something to look at. He doesn't want to fucking look at the stream, apparently.
It's probably hard for his computer to run both at the same time.
Alright. Well, and as we come back in, the conversation, short as it was, neither side really giving way on their beliefs. This man offering Ivar, yet again, one more chance to give up on his goal, to join Mishasa and the riches and powers that she promises. But, of course, Ivar rejected them. And with that, a lowering of the face masks on this man, and a withdrawal into a fighting stance. It seems like words are over for now.
Not really. Hang on. I too want to cast a buff spell.
Alright.
Oh, sorry, Brandon. Before you say roll initiative, Ivar points his sword at Rin. Let us see who has gained more, Rin, the master or the student. As Ivar taps his sword against his armor and ice begins to trickle and crack, becoming evident as I cast Armor of Agathis at a 5th level spell slot.
Oh yeah.
Hey Cinder. You think over under 10 moves?
I could kill him.
No. Is Ivar gonna win in 10 moves or less?
10 less.
I think it's gonna be more than 10. I bet you 50 gold pieces.
50.
Are you ready, Ivar?
Done.
75 on 7 turns exactly.
You can't hear us. I'm whispering to Cinder over here.
I have 29 passive perception. Leave me alone.
No.
Any other number I win if it's not 75? Or if it's not 7 turns?
You hear the murmuring behind you, your magic cast. You can see the man in front of you starting to take a step, shifting his weight from one foot to the other as he starts to advance. And let us roll in.
Oh damn!
Let's go! What?
Look
No!
out!
We cheated!
Epic showdown coming up.
Wow!
As Ivar is equally prepared, having
That's a
his
first for Ivar.
both hands on his sword.
As both the heavily armored men, speed, not their greatest asset. However, both of the peak of condition, watching each other as Ivar, you bring your blade around in a quick movement, hoping to catch him off guard before he can move. But this man you've known is just one step ahead of you, as before you can bring the sword around, he dashes up underneath your blade and strikes up twice with his swords, trying to dig up into your plate mail, trying to find gaps in your defenses as the blades try to cut deep.
16, 21. 21 will hit.
As the second blade connects, cutting up into you as you take 8 damage and 2 necrotic. As you can tell, that ever-present force on your blade, it seems to hold a different nature on this man. As it cuts up onto your side and the energy pulses outwards, as you can see energy striking towards you, necrotic energy ripping through the side of your armor as he smites into the side of you. As he turns, you can see the ever slight grimace in his form, the twitch as his blade connects, as you know the nature of your defensive magic, as he spins and tries to dig his offhand sword up into your side as well with another strike. Ooh, badly missing, however. Maybe the slight pain in his first strike knocking him off form as it just slides across your arm.
Insolent. As he takes 25 cold damage and
He does.
5 psychic.
Oh. as it is your turn after you took... How much did you take in total? 10 plus 14, you took 24.
1 health point loss. Sort of readjusting. Yep, that's me. That's another 25 that he's gonna get smacked. Sort of repositioning quickly, trying to get out of the way of his blade. He sort of Ivar drops back his back foot, shifting his weight backwards and then thrusting forward.
Strike out as easily enough, the man regaining his strength, taking both swords and just spinning your sword out of the way, deflecting it with ease, the edge just barely scraping across the shoulder of his armor, but not even leaving a scratch, as you don't even come close to making solid contact on this.
As he deflects it, it quickly redoubles, probably in a way that he wasn't expecting out of Ivar, as I use a reaction. His failure is not an option to him. Not anymore.
Yeah. Ooh, and that will connect as you swing back around and cut him hard on the shoulder as the blade digs in, doing 30 damage. Ooh, and then as you smite, radiant energy coursing up the side of him, doing another 25, as the chilling presence of this man's armor, much like your own magic, breaks and shatters as this cold energy just wraps its way up the sword and starts to almost burn away at your arms as this frost seems to dissipate and reform on you as you take 20 points of damage.
Ivar quickly.
But it does seem like with that strike, this magic that protected him has been completely wiped away. But also, as you strike and this cold reaches up your arm, you notice something else. Fire burning at the edge of the blade as the man... as fire licks up the side of the blade, wraps around, and it attempts to burn away at you as he rebukes you with hellish fire. As give me dexterity saving throw. Ooh, as you just barely make your save, as fire licks up the side of your body, as you take half of 27 damage, as you take 13 fire damage.
Ow.
And you've got one more attack.
Mm-hmm. Sort of diving to one side, getting slightly scored, but seeing as how that gives me an oak on his right side. Quick, capitalizing on striking down and up.
Ooh, as you strike down and upwards, man is too quick. Using his arm guards, placing them in front of him as the blade is almost caught in between him as he just moves with the way of the blade and turns it off to the side, unable to connect with his...
That's 3, Cinder.
That's 1.
No, sorry. 3 attacks, 1.
Ivar takes a couple steps back, putting a little bit of distance between him, re-standing and positioning.
Alright. Seeing you fighting this strange change in the blade and the strike upon this man, that one hefty strike was pretty brutal upon him, as you can see him withdraw, jumping backwards away from your blade, unable to recover quick enough to strike back at him. As you can see, something strange happen. You can see he dig his blades into the ground, still holding onto them, as the armor starts to change. You can see the plated mail of the faceplate starting to bend and almost crush across his face as it bends downwards, as the plates seem to shrink and then expand outwards, as you can see the bulk of his body shifting with the armor itself. As you can see around his hands that grasp his blades, large claws start to grow out of his hands as the metal seems to shift and turn into wicked blades themselves as he charges back in, bashing into your body, leaving one blade behind as he strikes up twice with his right hand, trying to dig it into you. As both blades will connect. First strike dealing 15 damage as necrotic energy once again burning at your body. As the second strike will connect as well, doing 14 damage in total as another pulse of necrotic energy sucking away the life force out of you. As without another blade in hand, you think the assault is over, but then a massive claw comes striking up at your belly as he tries to rip its horrible clawed hand up into your underbelly as he strikes you with an unarmed strike. Who?
As it just hits the armor.
As he just scratches up front of your arm, unable to get to flesh. As he, with each bash into you though, you can see the ever so slight twitch in his form as you know your defensive magic wreaking havoc upon his mind. Although the way he fights now almost seems animalistic. This strange stance where he's hunched down low, obviously with a crooked hand, using it as a weapon. As he takes back a defensive stance for a moment, regaining his composure, as you can see him take one quick step back and grabbing onto the long sword behind him as he starts to draw it back up out of the ground. But that What are you doing, Ivar?
As he takes 10 psychic.
He did indeed. Face off against this man with his strange, bent and twisted metal armor, his low stance, now drawing his blade up from behind. What do you do?
Oh, why can't I pick? Oh, there you go. Ugh. Sort of using my free hand, sort of rubbing the scratch marks that he left. That. As in one furious strike, using my momentum, moving up, giving me sort of leverage as I, again, thrust and try to pierce. The same thrust doesn't seem to work.
As you cut down with all your might, and once again, animalistic form, this time just dodging out of the way of your blade, putting one hand up with his sharpened claw and just bashing away the blade to one side as he twists his body away from.
As it comes, as he twists away, the blade quickly follows, chasing after his body in a down. As a reaction, I'll make an attack.
Alright. Double nat 2s. Not gonna do it as...
That's 3. Reroll 20.
Maybe just the onslaught of this man. Maybe the... knowing who he is. Something is making your blade waver in your strikes. Not sure exactly what it is, but... it's unnerving.
That's how I forces, channels, everything you can. Letting go of one blade and just letting the pure weight of one handing his great sword guide him, drawing upon his fear that he won't be able to come out of this alive, using his inspiration, granting him advantage. One more attack.
Ooh, inspired, bringing your axe down, mostly with
Sword.
one hand, just bring your sword down. I really need to find different art. As you cut down into this guy, as it connects solidly, as the radiant energy burns across his form, doing 36 damage, as the smite also just rampaging through his body. Doing what? Another 37? With this one strike, this man is just bashed onto the side and brought down to one knee.
Count twice?
Oh, do you have Holy Weapon on there too?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he
I
takes
cheated.
14 less damage. Alright, as you can see, as I also cheated because I just now remembered, as you can see, the strange curse that is upon the mandated blade finally starting to take hold. You can see the joints of the armor being filled by this strange reddish energy, seeming to be slowly hindering his movements, as the bane on your blade finally is transferred. As the man takes half a step back, just opening the distance ever so slightly, as a flurry of blows start to strike in. Sword, hand, sword, drawing the sword up out of the ground and striking again, as 4 strikes come hailing down in your direction. Necrotic energy pulsing on each strike as they attempt to connect. Sword, hand, sword, and sword. As thankfully you're able to defend against 2 of them, but 2 connect solidly. And with the necrotic energy placed upon them, they rack the side of your body as it seems like an intense amount of magic is pulled into them. As you take, from the first strike of the sword digging into your side, taking 17 points of damage. The next one, 15. The next, 21 and 22, as the necrotic energy pulls away at your strength. As the man, you can see the chest plate starting to heave up and down in front of him. This strange guttural howl can be heard underneath the mask. If his time is ever allowed, it is now.
Enough!
It's amazing how I've also constitutionally strong, making withstand all this damage and not have to make a check on a holy weapon.
As
Anti-plot.
As give me 2 con saving throws. Good call, Lannister. As the first strike cuts out, but the weakness in your arm
that's not-
shows. Easily able to hold on to your magic, though.
thanks to the stone not being so noisy.
Yeah. It's the first strike cutting out, not doing it, defending himself, even though you can see his body is shaken as well. Underneath these strange plates of metal, you can start to see the trickle of blood. In random places upon his chest, on his shoulder, you can see blood just starting to run down his arm, leaking out from the small holes in the armor.
Yeah, the same thrust that he's tried 3 times, failing. Another strike. Ah! Story crits!
As for the last second, you can see the twitch in his body, that psychic energy pummeling his mind as his leg buckles and your sword comes down upon him, striking heavy.
Using
As
the
you
flat
can
of my
see
blade.
a strange black ring seems to lift up from his neck. As your blade comes down towards him, it seems to cut through this ring and then your blade just passes through him as the man collapses down to both knees, holding himself up with one sword. As the strange magic protecting him breaks. Well done.
Okay. Wait, let me make sure this last strike kills him.
One more strike in hand.
No, let me just make sure this kills him, because I don't want to say last words and then miss.
Alright. You bring up your
Does that
blade.
hit?
As you strike down, he's fallen to both knees. He's prone, so give me an advantage.
Is that too?
Well, actually, with him dropping one of his blades, no longer getting the benefit of one of his feats, cannot defend himself with his dual blades. And 21 is actually just enough.
Okay, as the blade is raised, and then it lowers slightly, and then touches the ground, looking at Rin. Do you know why I won?
You have grown much. You have found something, haven't you? Worth fighting for.
That was implanted by you. And yet, you lost yourself, Rin. You gave me purpose. Every time I hear my allies crying to their gods, asking for help, and the gods do not answer, it reminds me when I did. Every day, asking, toiling to be a servant of the... And you taught me that was wrong. Only the iron will of man, and the one who rises and is stronger than all else, will rise above. Gods and mortals are not equal. We will always rise, and that is why you fell. You gave yourself to me, Shasa. You betrayed our oath. You betrayed everything you stood for, that I stood for. I wear your armor as a memento of what you once were, Rin. Now more than ever.
The iron will of man. Perhaps you're right. I knew that I could only go so far. And you are right. I broke my oath. I have just been waiting for this day, I suppose. To finish it. You took up my armor once. I ask you, please, wield it again, so that this life had some purpose.
I will see you in the next one, brother. As the blade raises up again.
He reaches up and just pulls away the metal covering his head as it peels back away. His form, the large claws of the metal seeming to retract, the blade and armor seeming to just fold back on itself in its smaller, sleeker form. As you can see, the exhaustion just wash over him. And he looks up with a small little smirk upon his face.
In the next one. As coming down swiftly, putting him out of his misery. Rin, my old master.
As his body falls to the ground. The heavy thud of metal armor clashing upon itself and the blades underneath him as he falls. As Toman, for a while now, as you try to make your way through this strange maze of a place, down this long corridor, you heard before you this cling, 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 cling of metal. But as you make your way to the far side of this strange bridge, looking down at your feet at a chasm that seems to be reaching down below, the clanging stops. On the far side of this chasm, you see what looks like a large pile of flesh on the ground, lying upon these strange glowing purple stone.
I mean, where there's dead bodies is probably my group. I guess I'll just follow all the dead bodies.
You move your way up. Indeed, you almost like a trail. You see another one further up, moving more into this strange complex of stone and mason work. And around the corner, you see a familiar sight. As the stairway breaks on your right side, you see a large metallic wing in the darkness.
Freddy! They run over.
Wait,
Kinda...
horse up.
The man falls and clanks on the ground. You hear, all of you behind you, Freddy!
I turn around, eyes opened up wide.
Look around the doorway.
There's a door there.
Yeah, there's a door there. You're fucked.
No,
Is the door open?
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to
Yeah,
see.
like that stops me.
Yeah, that's just true. Desmond can't see. He's blinded by the door.
I assume Freddy's not taking up like the entire space, so I can kind of like squeeze through here.
Sure.
Oh,
You can see
good
Ivar
job,
standing in a strange arena, standing over an armored man, blood starting to pool below him at his feet.
So this looks fun. What the heck is happening?
I mean, he just like killed this guy that he like knew was something. I'm not really sure, but at the end of the day, Cinder won like 50 gold pieces.
If there was ever a sure bet, it's on that one.
Well, I mean, I knew he was gonna kill the guy. I just thought it might take 1 or 2 more hits.
How are you even here?
So nice of you to join us.
I mean, how am I here? I am amazing.
That's true. He is.
I mean, I'm a wizard. Also, hi, Desmond. I'm sorry about that message that I kind of sent and then disappeared. It's a long and complicated story.
I just cut him off and hug him.
I mean, that's really touching.
Yes. It's strange after so long. It's been over a year at this point. You've been almost constantly together. This is the first time that it's been a month since you've seen each other. You've been apart for a few days, maybe a week at a time. All of you have almost been together constantly for a year now. Some haven't been with the group as long, but still, this is the first time that there's been an extended amount of leave between.
You're gonna tell us what happened?
Are we chasing Bishasha? Do we have
We?
time to talk? What do you mean? I have no idea what's going on right now.
We are in the middle of a siege, Toman. I am glad you have found your way back here. As you can see, like, Yolder has kind of like a mixture of emotions on her face. At first, when you came in, it was a mixture of shock and then a tinge of anger, and then seeing Desmond hug you, it just seemed to go to a sort of neutral, resting face. We were waiting for Ivar to quite succinctly defeat his old master, it sounded like. Well done. But there is more to this place and the evils within it.
I guess I could give you guys a quick rundown of what happened with me, though. I kind of promised I wasn't going to tell everyone except Yolder, but it should be fine.
Who did you make this promise to?
Mistra? Or Mistra's, like, image?
You can see Yolder just lean her staff, which is always on fire, just a great beacon of light, almost 45 degrees directly towards you. Do not break a promise with the gods, Toman. I do not wish to see you smited or snatched away from this realm.
I mean, it wasn't really a promise. I told them that I felt like I needed to tell you guys, and they were like, if I trust you guys, which I do, then it should be fine.
I mean, if anybody snatches up Tobin Yolder, you know I'm fucking going and looking for him.
Is this right, Brendan? I feel like you're smiling and you're about to kill me. Okay. So basically, I found when I went to the Towers of Agma about a month ago, I found something. That part I can't tell you because it's supposed to be a secret pertaining to wizards, but I found something that brought me to Elysium. Elysium, if you guys don't know, is basically the plane of the gods.
Oh, wait, did you see her?
Who?
Well, Halea, of course. Who else do you think there would be?
Well, no, I didn't really get that far. Basically, I got there. Well, my consciousness got there. My body was still here in some sort of weird state of animation for like a month, apparently. It was only like a few minutes I was there. And she kind of gave me a little bit of the rundown of what happened with the gods and where they are, which they're all basically in Elysium right now. It's just that plane has been cut off from this plane. That's basically this heel. Yeah, because, again, a thing that I can't tell you about.
Oh, the wizard thing, right? Okay.
Yeah. But,
wait, how are you alive if your body was just laid on the ground for a month?
Well, like I said, it was like a state of animation.
Magic.
Magic can definitely do that.
Right, magic.
Fucking wizards.
Didn't you get hungry?
No, wizards. Wizards in there.
I'm gonna pop a DM flare here. What do I know about Elysium? Panicking.
You've heard stories of Elysium. It's somewhat the idea of somewhat different stories. Some say that there is a place where the gods reside when they are not on the material plane. Some people think that's where they disappeared to, but that story was always sort of thrown out as if it had always existed and the gods could come and go as they wish. If they went there, why couldn't they come back? But it was a place where people thought the gods reside. Some even thought possibly that's where the dead go, where when your soul is taken by the gods. But no one's been there. Nobody really knows if it's really a thing or not. There's just very old knowledge. Some people bring it forward, thought of as crackpots, as people say that they find an ancient creature that they would take this knowledge from, but it was a whisper of something, if anything else.
So it wouldn't be known to me as a place of eternal bliss and happiness?
No.
Okay.
And it is.
Yeah, that's basically what I was checking for. Okay.
Yeah, the only way you know that is because your religion check is real high, and it's something that and it's it's something that's like you. Sorry, what?
I said, can I roll one?
Sure. See if you know anything else. Just going after passive religion. Like Lannister, you've not heard of Elysium.
I've never heard of Elysium. I have heard about gods though, because I mean, you know.
Yeah, I'll hang on to my inspiration. I'll just roll a straight one.
Yeah.
One more point. Yeah.
It is. You've heard rumors of a place, but it's one of those things. It's mixed in with countless of other names that people have given to where the gods remain. Some people call it heaven, some people call it nirvana, this place where people think the gods reside. But again, the theory that that's where they are, or that it even exists, it's not really debunked, but it's just not a widely practiced idea. People don't pray to go to Elysium or anything. It's just an idea that, wherever the gods came from, you've heard that word before. Can't quite remember where, some rumor of some place, but you wouldn't be any more surprised if somebody said heaven or nirvana or any other plane, really.
I'm just making sure, because there are certain attributes to it normally that would cause me to react very differently to Tobin.
Yeah,
but
yeah. What's your knowledge of Elysium itself? Basically zero. Nobody knows what the heavens look like.
Gotcha. So you spoke with the gods there, Mistra, you said.
Basically, the thing that's connected to the thing that I can't tell you about is it wasn't Mistra herself, but it was like an image of her,
An
like
avatar.
a pre-programmed, sure, like a pre-programmed avatar or illusion that gave me just a bit of information. They were kind of connected, but they weren't like the same consciousness. Is basically what she told me, I believe. But basically, we were talking a little bit about the seal, how to break it, which I don't really know how.
Well, they just put me right in his fucking way. I'll break it.
Why are we breaking the seal?
God, I didn't miss you.
Which one was he looking at when he said that?
I was looking at Lannister.
Okay. So this avatar of Mistra believes the seal on Elysium is breakable.
I mean, everything's breakable.
We're not too sure. We think it's
can make things
breaking.
That can't be broken.
We think it's breaking, which is basically, the stuff from this guy and the demons and all that. And we can get back. Like, only the thing that I used, only I can do.
Right.
Because it's connected to wizards. But there are two other ways to get there.
Well, there's the gate, right?
Yeah, the one in the Lost Lands, which is protected by a phoenix.
Oh, that's no fucking. I could kill Phoenix. Well, at least a couple times, because I think those things come back, don't they?
That is my understanding.
A demigod.
Legends, and I do not know if you wish to kill that which, by my understanding, cannot truly die.
Well, she said that you really have to kill it, just prove ourselves to it.
Oh, fucking done already.
And the other way to get to Elysium is you, Elder.
What?
What do you mean, Yoda?
Basically, Mr. said we need someone who is just so devoted, so connected to the gods to perform some form of godly intervention and just ask us to go there.
I do not know.
And the only person I could really think
tell
about.
them about me, Toman.
Yes, I told them that your situation is complicated, but I told them that the most devoted person in our group was you. I also told them about Ivar, but Ivar worships Bane, and I don't really think Bane is there.
Yeah,
I don't really think that would work.
He's currently being transferred into Karseth. His essence, from the sound of it at least.
You can see like just Yolders' face just seems to be almost kind of screwed up, like she's just thinking really hard, trying to put all of these pieces together that you're giving. Okay, so you went to the Towers of Ogma. You have this wizard secret. Just call that the secret of Ogma to going forward, so you don't have to like kind of keep bumbling through that one. So then, if we... But would the seal being broken with Karsith's efforts, would the gods not be able to return on their own? It seems like this is almost a dual-faced problem, right? As the demons break through, so do the gods, and then if we were to free the gods ourselves, so do the demons. My understanding of it has always been that these things are connected. You cannot have one without the other. We cannot bring forth the realm of the gods without bringing forth all of evil.
Yeah, I don't think they want us to break the seal, because they put the seal up.
I do not know that I could so easily whisk us away to the realm of Elysium. Hephaestus has protected the innocents once on my behalf, but when things have seemed dire, our group has prevailed, rather than me needing the gifts of the gods.
Well, like she said, it's either someone of great devotion or the Lost Lands. Also, I asked him about that spell that that Laura used one time. Which, by the way, where is he, Laura?
Hiding.
About the hiding. Why? I asked him about that
Mishas
spell
was
that
after
Laura
her.
used.
What spell?
Plane shift, and I asked him, if I just took something from there to connect from, like, something connected there, could I just plane shift back? And they said no. Well, she said no.
Makes sense. At least while the seal is in place, that would make sense.
Also, when you think about Elysium or heaven or whatever, you probably imagine, sunshine, flowers, happiness. Yeah, that place is kind of fucked up right now.
Oh,
It's kind
why
of
is
in
that?
ruins.
It's in ruins.
The sky is dark. The gods are weakened, and what did she say? It said like the denizens there are not necessarily rebelling, but what's the word she used? Brendan, what's the word she used?
Seems like the protectors were on edge for any intruder.
They're gods. Why don't they just fix it?
Well, like I said, they're weakened. I don't think they really can.
So they're not gods anymore?
No. They're definitely gods, Cinder. They're just a little tired. Apparently need a little bit of boost. A bit of a shot in the arm.
Does Mistra wish for us to go to this realm and somehow fix this seal, or did she give you... It seems that she gave you information, but she did not ask anything of you.
No, not really.
But Yoda, we're fucking going.
I mean, it's in dire straits right now, so...
It's in dire straits, yo! We have to go!
We have
just, like,
more
leaves
pressing
the
issues.
staff
Well,
and
I mean,
still
after we
angled
kill
towards
Mushasha,
Tobin.
we'll have to go.
We have more pressing issues, Lannister.
Yeah, I told them
Go
about...
kill her.
I told Lannister, please.
What?
Please. Hey.
They're in
Hey.
dire straits. You said they were in dire
We're in
straits,
dire
Tobin.
straits.
We are in dire straits,
I mean,
Lannister.
they've probably
As he
been in
looks
dire
towards
straits.
Cinder.
They've probably been in dire straits for like decades. I'm pretty sure they could wait. Plus, if we go that, like, I was there for what I felt was like just a few minutes, and apparently it became a whole month.
We were not gone for a few minutes, that's for sure.
No,
Like,
he
we
said
can't
it
just
was like a month.
go there. Like, we can't just go there and then come back.
lest we come back to the apocalypse that Karseth has left for us.
Okay, so we kill Mishasha, we kill Karseth, and then we go to the fucking seal.
Yeah, one.
It's
two,
only
three.
a 3-step process.
But don't forget, we are also going to go to the realm of Earth.
That's right. Gotta go find my worm.
I do not believe that is going to work out, Lannister,
But I have to try, Yoda. Honest, I have to try.
I will consult as best as I can, try to reach through
You should
the
just trim your
seal
beard a little bit, then you find your one.
and consult with Hephaestus once this matter is taken care of with Mishasa. For I am worried with what it is you have told me, but I do not know what my next step should be, though it seems... Well, we'll deal with what we know, and that is Mishasa. I'm assuming you'll... And she looks at you and just sees, like, you're geared. Ready to fight.
Oh, of course. Oh, speaking about Misasha, also, we probably have to go to the Night House to kill her permanently. You're also our only ticket back.
What?
Wait, what? What?
Well, you know how devils and demons don't die unless we, like, go to the Nine Hells and kill them? Kinda our only portal. There's no Lost Land portal. Because you're, again, the most devoted.
I mean,
I have to ask
I
Hephaestus
don't.
to take us there.
I don't agree with that, but okay.
I feel like if I could watch you playing Shift, I think I could do it. Do it once.
I'm assuming this seal is in place to stop just that very motion, which is why Yolder is the only one who can override it.
Because it's not like you're casting a spell to get us there. You're asking your god to take us in his hands and place us there, and then bring us back.
Because
Can we
not
turn one of
even
his
the
hands
magic.
into, like, armor and a shield. and
Yeah,
stuff?
I don't. Yeah, exactly, Cinder. He's got one hand at best.
Those were relics of his old form, just as you have changed over these last few months, and my god has changed in ways you cannot imagine.
Oh, he upgraded.
Why the riddles? Just what do we have to
Know
do?
that word?
Well, because you've been talking about how you were going to upgrade Aleo and upgrade the Sky Yacht.
Yeah, I
Didn't
learned
you
that
let me
word from
upgrade ya?
Desmond. You weren't talking to Desmond, okay?
No, you've been walking around the boat the whole fucking last month. Oh, I'm gonna upgrade this. I'm gonna put cannons and fucking shooty things. You get rather loud when you're excited, Yoda.
What does
You
upgrade?
just see like Yoler just go red in the face, just blushing. Okay, we have to go to the Nine Hells. I have to ask my god to take us there. Do we know how long we have to do that?
Do
Before
not.
She can rip her way back into this world.
No idea.
Well, I mean, usually it takes a while, though, doesn't it, Ivar? I mean, she's been killed before, and it took like at least a week.
If the spider has not come back, then we can make a solid guess that she will not be back for some time either.
Right. I mean, the plan sounds pretty solid here, guys. I mean, we go kill Mishasha here, then we go kill Mishasha there, and we come back, then we kill Karseth, and then we go get my worm, we go talk to the Phoenix, we go save the gods, and I mean, it sounds like, I mean, that's like 5 steps.
I thought we were going to the plane of Earth to help fighting Karseth.
Yes.
Right, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm getting the worm at the plane of Earth.
Why did you say that after defeating Karseth?
I might be a little drunk, Ivar.
A little.
With your big ass jug still in your lap.
As that's all happening, Ivar was placing Rin's armor and his swords inside his bag of holding.
But did you just strip a dead man in front of us all?
Yeah, you notice as you start to basically take the armor off, you notice that the back of the armor actually peels outwards, as if it's almost like a husk of swords. Strangely enough, it almost looks like a single piece that opens up at the back that you step into. You also notice that outside the armor on a ring finger, he has a strange black ring with a red eye on it.
Yeah, take that too. Because I'm out of attunement slots. That in the bag.
You stash away the armor, the ring, and the swords. You also, while you're removing the armor, you do notice on his clothing inside, you see a key slightly sticking out of his pocket. Just a silver, small key.
Pocket that. Not in the bag of holding. That looks important.
Put that in the special pants pockets that I
What
made.
what color is that key?
Silver?
It's hot pink.
Oh, okay. So we're looking for a silver door.
That's how that works.
That's how that works.
Red
Obvious.
key card, go to the red door.
Yeah, I mean,
The
we are
red music
going to
box
the nine
first.
hells, so we need to be ready with all of our doom preparations. It's fine. Okay, well, hopefully we'll at least have a day to get this all sorted. Let us just deal with what we have to deal with right now. Yeah, now that you are back, Toman, hopefully to stay. She looks at you.
Hopefully. I don't have any plans on leaving.
Good. Now that you are back, I do not need to be so focused on protecting just Desmond, as Yolder just... Let's see here, what can I do? Desmond, well, you can... Almost something sort of tug at the ring on your finger, but do not worry, it will not fly off of you. I just need to break this enchantment.
Yolder, that is 75.
What?
Well, you said 75. You said 75 for 7 rounds. That was not
Was that
7
not
rounds.
7
Rounds?
rounds?
That was 3 rounds.
I could have sworn they had 7 turns each. Well, 7 turns between the two of them. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, and 1.
I counted a flurry of blows, a switch to defensive stance, a flurry of blows, 3 rounds.
I mean, it was at least 8 attacks.
Oh, that's not 7.
No, it's more than 7.
Did you guys bet on Ivor losing?
No, we bet on how quickly he would win.
I simply bet on how long the fight would last.
And you were incorrect.
It's this conversation with Toman showing back up, with Ivar removing the armor and claiming items. About 20 minutes or so have passed. If you'd like, if you're resting up during this time, tending to your wounds, you can have a short.
Does stripping people count as light activity for a short rest?
Sure. Yeah, because
Thanks God.
it's like about 20 minutes or so, and it's, you can tend to your wounds and then strip
'Cause
them.
I'm literally on the last quarter of my health.
Give
my
us
lit-
under 75 gold.
Alright. And Lannister, after everybody starts shuffling out of the room and Ivar is done taking metal and clinking it together, you start to hear something else over your right shoulder. A slight clink of clink, 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 clink.
Hey, there's somebody in this room. I'm gonna kick the door open.
As you kick the door open, as it's not locked, as this wood door flies open, and you strange floating figure.
Oh, hello there. Can I just like take all 3 of them?
Sure.
Hello there.
We're just gonna grab all 3 of them. I'm just gonna walk away.
As you pull at the chains, as you realize as you start to pull them, it seems like they're actually just hanging slightly on hooks at the very end, as you can just unhook.
Shit. How high up is the hook?
It's sort of high up for you, like maybe 5.5 feet up. You can jump and grab
I'm
them.
fucking jumping.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut the door so no one can see me jump.
As Toma's just walking up as you start to go back, close the door on his face.
Just a moment.
Moment you see Lannister walking back, about to close the door with this strange figure just floating behind him in an empty.
Lannister, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I'm going to worry about it. Like, reopen the door. What the fuck?
No, it's fine. I got him.
Don't forget, Desmond, if you're going to be doing short rest stuff, you have a 7th level aid on you. So that is an extra 30 health, I want to say.
35.
I thought it was 30.
8 is 5 at second. And then it increases by 5 every. If I recall correctly.
Yeah, so that would be 30.
Yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 7th level slot.
Yeah, because it starts as a 2nd level spell.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
So
I was thinking Armor of Agathis.
Me, you, and
Level
Freddy
spell.
have 7th level aid, so you have 30 extra HP that you can heal up.
I literally just burned all of my hit die.
Oh, yeah.
All 19.
So when you watch as Lannister pops these strange small lanterns off this creature as it just continues to float there.
Yeah, hi, Tobin.
Oh, you found more.
Yep. Should
Hey,
probably
Mark.
go. Put him
Explain.
in the thing. Oh, it's fine. It's just
There are
it's
magic runes and symbols that seem
Exactly.
to block our path. These lanterns are tied to it. As I'm dashed it to the one I have attached around my belt. I'm wearing like a belt.
Just open the door.
Remembering probably where this is, you open the door and yep, this is where this leads back to. As you see the symbols behind, looks like a wrought iron fence of sorts, but you can see a small door as it doesn't even seem to have a lock on. Possibly removed before you got here. As Cinder, you turn the corner and you look down the hallway, seeming to be the only other way forward, and this strange mist still lies heavy, just blocking the path with those strange, almost whispering sounds coming from it.
Just sit and keep an eye, make sure no claws start reaching out dangerously.
Right. Is this like a wall thing? Like a metal thing?
Yeah, it's the wrought iron fence. It's got a door on it, but it doesn't look like it has a lock on. It looks like a padlock could fit onto it, but there's no padlock there.
I'm gonna kick it open like a badass.
Kick into it and it just bends backwards and then slowly starts to slide and drift back in your door as it opens out.
Oh shit.
You bit the shit out of it with that kick with your superhuman strength.
I just rip it right off.
You all just hear this horrible metal bending sound coming from the arena and also this door, slightly muffled.
What are you doing?
Don't worry, it's fine.
Fucking investigate. You think I'm gonna believe my anesthesia?
And I just put the fucking lantern right in the middle of it.
Zyvar, you turn the corner and you see Lannister placing one of the lanterns in the middle as the light flares up for a second, as does the magic of the circle, as they all seem to just dim at the same time until they dim to nothingness. And the circle is gone, and at the same moment, Cinder, you can start to see the strange whispering wall is getting thinner and thinner and thinner until it's just whisked away to nothingness. And you see a large door in its place.
Everyone,
No.
the way is clear.
No lock. No lock, Lannister.
No, No, there was no lock on the door.
Hmm.
Just kind of fell off its hinges for some reason. Well, let's keep going. I've still got 2 of these things, though.
Armageddon. Right.
Here's
So Armageddon
another-
will also
Could
little
use
d-
your unlocking touch, Lannister.
What?
That way.
Which way?
As
This
I
way?
move
Point to the door that got revealed.
far enough away from Desmond and let him consult and spend time with Toman as he can feel that slight pull on the ring as I step further and further and further, and then there's just a short tug, and then it seems to stop as my warding bond with him is broken.
No longer feeling that connection to Yolder, Desmond.
dang it. You would have thought something. You would have felt something, but
Yeah. Lancer, you see where Cinder's pointing, and you see large, what seems like steel door. And
Ha ha!
Kick
Well-
it down.
I followed the door. Wait, where's everybody? Okay. Alright, well, I see Fred. I see Ivor. Yoda!
Since when do you wait for help?
Well, I mean, I don't want them to not know where we're going. Wait, where the fuck? Oh, there's Toman. The fuck did Desmond go?
I take Desmond by the hand and just start walking towards where everyone else is.
You're fucking kidding me right now.
Desmond just
You
flips
do this
himself
on
into the wall.
Fuck with me!
Oh, my God!
Not another.
Excuse me
Poor
here.
Desmond.
Fuck this
I
game!
have-
I'm turning it off.
Poor Desmond.
So just kick in the door.
There he goes.
Great game, great storyline. The controls are a little.
Yeah.
The fucking doors, man! The fucking
You
doors.
come up to this large steel door. It's quite intricately made. No real murals or anything on it, but you notice that seems like directly in the middle of it, right where the seam of this double door would be, there is a small round lock in place,
Damn it.
right by the side of 2 large handles.
are we ready?
I shrug.
As Ivor takes out the key that he got off of Ren, puts it
Oh,
inside the lock.
As it unlocks. And you can see a hallway leading in quite a ways, dipping down in elevation ever so slightly. Not very severe, though, as you can see the strange purplish light from where you are starts to break away to one more crisp, more brightly lit down. I think maybe another 1,000 feet or so deeper into the side of this mountain.
And we descend even further. Just take it seems to be like it's gonna be just a little bit of a walk.
I mean, it's only like 1,000 feet or so. You'll be there in 60 seconds, 30 seconds. You hasten it.
Gotcha. You'll just kind of to herself just kind of recite some of the phrases and bits and pieces that were kind of important to her, the ones that kind of resonated with her the most from her scripture of the enveloping light. Certain things just kind of stood out to her as just more comforting and emboldening than others, and she just kind of repeats them to herself as they descend further, just kind of getting trying to keep the emotion she's feeling with Doman's knowledge sharing at bay. Oh yeah, we gotta just simply go to hell, and then also simply go to the realm of the gods. It's all easy. By the way, you're the only one that can do it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're not pivotal.
Wait, Yoda, are you okay?
No pressure.
You seem a little stressed.
I'm fine, Lannister. I'm just.
I mean, aren't you excited to go to the fucking realm of the gods, though, Yoda? I mean, that's gonna be fucking fun.
At first I was, until I heard that it was in disarray. Now I am worried.
Well, I mean, if anyone can fix the realm of gods, I mean, it's us.
Sounds like a them problem.
We're probably gonna get attacked by,
Cinder, I'm pretty
angels
sure
and
there's
stuff.
a god of greed. I'm pretty sure you could get him in any kind of casino.
And why would we be beset upon by angels,
Take
Toman?
all his money.
They seem very wary of anybody that enters that doesn't actually belong
Well, I mean,
there.
they know us, though, Toman.
I don't really think they know us because they did not know you guys. Well, Mistra did not know you guys.
Well, I mean, Mistra, I mean, she doesn't know very much. I mean, come on. I mean,
She asked
obviously,
around the-
Halea,
The god of
Halea
knowledge
knows
and
us.
magic.
Well, I mean, it's knowledge, just not current events. I mean, I guarantee you Hephaestus knows Yolder. And, I
No.
mean, Halea knows
It's
me.
Hephaestus and Halea are suddenly the gods of current events now.
I mean, we talk to them all the time.
So that makes them the god of current events.
It means they know us. Would you
The
say
god
we
of
here
current
worship
events.
Mistra?
Do you believe perhaps we could, like with this phoenix, prove ourselves? I do not wish to beset my blades or tools or gifts upon those who would protect the realm of the gods.
I mean, I don't know if they were like crazy or just on edge. We might be able to talk to them.
I mean,
I would be willing to wager that the very same devotion to get in is what the Phoenix would require out of you.
we literally killed the God Eater. He ate a fucking god and we killed it. I mean, what more can impress a phoenix? I mean, maybe if I go get that worm thing that you were talking about, Yoda, and fucking ride that into the lost city.
It's the lost
But you're
islands,
trying to get the worm as a pet now.
No, we're gonna be comrades.
No.
Brothers in arms.
It has not
Well,
been
I mean-
now. You have been gone for a month. It has been every bloody day.
He doesn't have arms, Toman. But, I mean, he makes up for it.
Assuming you can get him on
He
your
wants
side.
me to put my prototype cannon golems onto it. It's a lot.
I feel so sorry. I feel so sorry for Helea that you are her champion.
Why? She loves me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. She fucking laughs at my jokes all the time. And she's always like, I.
That makes one woman.
I haven't seen you with any dates lately, Arvar.
Where
No,
the fuck
not
did that
lately.
scorcher come from? Jesus.
I mean, you.
Feeling
you
cocky
are-
after one battle over there.
I mean, that guy almost fucking killed you.
That was more on Lara than
It
anything
wasn't
else.
even close.
I don't need a woman in my life.
Except Halea.
I mean, she's
mean-
my god.
I mean, you had one. You had a child, and then apparently
Well,
you don't have a child anymore.
Yeah, he's like a
You know,
rolling
he-
stone.
I mean, I don't. You keep telling me I have this son, but I don't remember him.
Lannister, there
Terrible.
was a man, a boy you adopted. It's fine.
We're all still just standing at the top of this
No,
slope.
we've been fucking walking the whole time.
For 60 seconds.
Yeah, I thought we were in transit.
This 20-minute conversation happened, and then 30 seconds it
We're
takes to
just
fuck down.
walking real
You said it was a couple
lackadaisical.
thousand feet.
It's 1,000.
Yeah, you
I
did
thought it
say
was
1,000.
1,000, but it's only 1,000. Yeah.
It's only 1,000
Oh.
feet. 30 to a minute to walk it.
That still takes a little while to walk.
I mean,
doesn't it?
we get to the end, and then we just keep walking. And if there's monsters, we just keep talking in front of them.
As
Yeah,
you start walking
we
down, you
killed
wait
them
for
and
a
then we
bit,
kept
have
going.
this conversation, start moving down, as very quickly, Yolder, you start to notice something. Not almost immediately after you step foot past this doorway, this large steel door, you feel
Oh, jeez.
What?
I do face in this place, but I do know that whatever is further in here may have pieces of Hephaestus. I do not know if just in its possession or at its disposal, but I would be on guard.
Should make you happy.
But of
You love
course.
those things.
I just
That's
do
your
not wish to
favorite
see
thing.
them besmirched into foul creations.
As you get to the bottom of the slope, as you see the roof starting to reveal itself, as the slope stops, you see this brightly lit chamber, and on the far side, small steps leading up to a chair. Large constructs on either side of them of darkened metal, something that you've seen before, and the sleek figure of a woman off to one side, looking down at what looks to be a pile of bodies. She slowly turns her head to you. It's about time. You enjoy your little chat, and my humble abode, as it. He just walks forward and puts an arm against a small stone chair that seems to be in not the greatest of states. You can see the stone almost crumble a little bit underneath her hands. She pulls it up and just sort of shakes the dust off of her hand.
As he walked down the hall, sort of joking about with his friends. He'd never say it out loud, though. I don't expect me to say that again on Ivar's behalf. Feeling the weight almost pull up the darkness that of killing Rin, his old friend, sort of looking down at the blade as he reaches and looking upon Mishasa once again, looking down at the mandated blade and looking up, feeling that heavy weight come down on his shoulders once more. It seems I found a third path to you. Not with the rebellion quelled, not with my head on a but me, with my party.
Indeed. Such little mischief you've gotten up to.
Little.
Indeed. And she walks over and takes a seat on the chair in the middle, finding a comfortable spot, and then leaning up against one hand. I knew Rin. Well, he had somewhat outlived his usefulness, and I knew that if you made your way to him, I highly doubted he would be victorious. He was a very interesting man, though. I've always had a dear spot for the tieflings, of course. That race of our creation. Well, I'm sure they'll learn to serve again when the time is right. But you all, suppose you've won. I won't say that I'm going to come out on top in all of this. You've run me into a corner. My empire crushed, my people revolting against me. So many of my important little pawns put to death by your blade. So, I lose. Take your prize. I'm sure there's enough riches here to make anyone, well, quite happy.
Oh, I will be taking my pride. As I again... Oh, why am I controlling... I'm sorry,
Mhm.
But I still have control of...
Best
As we
friend.
hold hands and speak.
We hold hands.
All three of them are just skipping forward.
Off to kill the witch!
You can no longer
The
control.
wonderful witch of the
Alright, thank you. Sci-fi blade extended, beckon time again to gallop a couple of more feet.
That, I'm afraid, is a price I'm not quite willing to pay. Not this
Nanar.
time around. As you see, I've mentioned this before. I've And I'll say this to your friends. You've won here. And you can easily become richer than your wildest dreams could imagine. You could stand on top of the world. Take the quarter of the Trade Prince Bazaar as your own. Be kings and queens. And live out your days happy and refreshed. But eventually, your bones will grow tired. Even those that were born of sturdier stuff. And they will crumble and fall. And then I will remain. And I will return, and I will stand above it all again. As it's happened so many times before. Although, maybe it actually will be different this time. Maybe I won't have to wait for quite so long.
Can we kill her now?
Then Sci-Fi raises his blade once more in that same position before he struck down Laura.
Not quite yet. You all follow this man, Pantheon Ivar, once known as Ivan, a poor little boy lost in it all. Do you know what this man has done, the one that you follow?
I have done what was necessary.
First of all, your name was Ivan.
Tell me.
Of course
It
you
was
have!
correct.
It's gold.
Who doesn't cut down their own sister? Who doesn't kill their lover? Or their former teacher? How many of your loved ones' blood is coated on your sword? What a heroic figure you are, Ivan.
His arm starts to tremble.
Is what she says true, Ivar?
Hey.
You have a lover?
Whatever you've done in the past, Ivar, you've more than made up for it. She's just trying to get in your head. Don't give her the satisfaction.
Sci-Fi. His arm starts to tremble looking at Yoder, but then looking to Lannister. See his arm stop. And it points one. It's different now.
Mm-hmm. Very well.
You have nothing, Mishasa. You have no more allies. I have ones I can call friends. I was alone. I cut them down because I knew what had to be.
I don't have allies.
You're at the end of the line.
You have your mortals. And you think you have your gods. Dwarf and forge cleric. You put so much faith in your gods. But tell me, what do you think they've been up to for so long? They've been so absent from the day you both were born. Their voices have not been heard. They've been locked away, hiding from my kind, where we have been waiting, feeding, growing in numbers. Do you know what your gods have been doing?
I mean, they've been preparing us to get the feast ready for them. You might be fat and plump now, you fucking demon, or you're gonna make a hell of a feast when we cut your fucking innards out and shove your head right up your robot's arse.
Oh, are we the baddies?
They feast, do they?
Oh,
I
we'll
look back at
feast.
Toman to see how he reacts, because I know that they're not feasting. They're kind of.
I'm just looking at Lannister like he's fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck?
Foam starts building around his lips. Isildur just kind of has the wisdom to not engage in this silver-tongued demon. Whatever it is you have done in the past, we have all had to make sacrifices. I would not have made that for you if I did not believe that you would use it for the right thing. My light is with you and will always be with you, Ivar. And it burns demons like you, Mishasa. I have faith in my God because I have heard his voice, and I know I know for a fact where he is now. And what it is they have been up to is not my concern. I have only one purpose, and that is to stop evil like you, like Karsith, like anything else that would subjugate the people.
Very well. Throw your threats. But as I said, you've already won, and I don't intend to fight any longer. Oh! Mr. Coyle! Glad to finally meet you. You don't happen to hate that I've borrowed something from you, as Desmond, as you climb up on this higher elevation, these balconies that border the ring, you notice a metallic form as you make your way up top, seeing
Yeah, I've been eyeing them since I came in. Well, not these guys. Okay.
creatures of design that you've seen once before. Your cousin, a genius of his age. I do love his new creations. Puppets that don't require strings, as one seems to stand up from behind her chair and start to walk around. Puppets that are so easily molded, not like those older ones. As she looks over her shoulder, and you can see those strange husks of people piled up. You can see the remnants of clothes that look like they were probably members previously of the Fangs that just lie motionless in a pile. I do think when I come back around again, a new army of such design would be wonderful. But that's all I have to really say in all of this. Please, have at it. I'm not going to take these one with me, I'm afraid. So, you can have them. And I do wish you would do. Have fun while your world lasts. As you can see, these constructs taking steps forward. As she stands up, starts to walk away. But everybody, roll me initiative.
I'm gonna make you bleed, you fucking bitch!
Desmond, you can see this construct, the cracks within its form start to flare up in this strange red light that you haven't quite seen before as they turn to look.
Oh, shit.
Woo!
Ivar's on it tonight, baby!
Ivar's ready! Nothing's stopping this vengeance.
You have maxed out Dex too, Toman?
He's a Dexy boy.
Oh yeah, that's true. You use Dex.
Yeah, he's a sword man. I might have missed one of the fortune checks. Nope, I got them all. All As you can see Mishasa standing up and starting to turn away from you as all these constructs almost start to spring to life at once. One of them a bit faster than the rest. As Cinder, out of the corner of your eye, this form streaks off the balcony, almost level with you from your position, and she just dives off the side, reaching over and jumping off a small little ledge. She comes streaking up at you, claw in hand. She tries to strike out in your direction. Strange speed compared to what you saw for just a second, as the claw comes striking in, and directly behind it, the large wing keeping her aloft seems to straighten, and you can see the back edge of it, sharp like a blade, cuts in as well, as two claws come ripping down, as the blade does as well. Claw, claw, and bladed wing.
The first one, there's nothing I can do about as I throw up my shield of force, and I'm just not quite quick enough, but by the time the second two come,
The first claw.
it's unneeded, but I do that.
Yeah, it's the first claw slashes through your form as the other claw rips into the magic as the blade slices across it as well, as she just flies past you behind your back as it just floats there ever so slightly. The wings, these large, strange, flapping motions, but it's not like a normal bird. It doesn't seem like it should keep it aloft. But there's a strange air about it. You can see underneath the wings and around it, it seems like the air itself is churning. You can see it swirl, almost like when your heat changes the air around you. It's a strange sight. And Desmond, creature in front of you, starting to move. You can see its large claw about to reach out at you, but it's your turn.
Yeah, as Masasha was finishing saying what she was saying, I was reaching my hand out, kind of not actually touching the face of the robot, just caressing the air around it, I guess, and wondering what poor soul could be trapped inside this thing. And I close my eyes and I tell it to forgive me, and I slam the butt of my gun into the ground in front of me to do a thunder wave.
Oh snap. As this force ripples out in its direction, it needs to make a strength save. Ooh. As its form, as it just buckles in, you can hear the crinking of metal, the whirl of gears, as it just reaches out with a hand and almost cuts through the force itself, as the wall behind it just explodes with the force, as I think it's a 15-foot cone. I don't think it'll quite reach. No, won't quite reach the other one, as this thing only takes half damage. It is not forced back away from you, as it takes 10 damage.
I quickly hop over the railing here. I'm disengaging, so I'm assuming it's going to take a shot at me.
Yeah, without the disengage, its large claw ripping across the air at you, trying to catch you as you escape. 16 to hit. Don't think it's gonna.
No. How much movement does this take right here? Just jumping down like that?
Just 5 feet, just to hop over the rail. It's about 10 feet down, about 20 feet down. These are high balcony.
Alright, so then I can make my way just about here.
Alright, you jump down, and you crawl across the wall with your boots. You make it. And Ivar.
Yeah. Just seeing her start to say something within again just snaps inside of him. Something deep and primal that all the tension, all the darkness, all the heaviness that was just weighted on him lifted in one, knowing that he has just enough leverage to act before her as Will's Armageddon flying forward towards Mishasa. Let's go. Let's look.
You charge towards Mishasa. See her head turning as you start to charge forward with a curious grin on her face.
As hand without a sword reaches out and grabs for her neck as I try to grab.
Ooh.
Yikes.
As you can see, with the speed of her form, trying to dodge out of the way of your Ooh. As she's just barely able to. As you grab out, you can see as your hand is about to wrap around her wrist. As you can see her hand reach up. And it looks like she misses your hand. And then it clasps around. And her hand turned backwards to force your hand away. I don't think so, my poor dear.
I try again.
Reach out
time.
again.
Come on. Yeah! That's what we're looking for.
Can't stop that.
As grabbing onto her throat. Grabbing her by the neck. Just... What?
As you can see her body twist again, but this time your strength just forcing away her hand that grabbed onto yours and then going up towards her throat as you grab onto her. As you can feel underneath her throat, I would say a strange sensation, but you're wearing gauntlets, so you don't feel it as you grab onto her throat.
As I'm grappling her and the horse will disengage and move back. Hi guys, I brought me Shasa.
Your horse can move half speed.
Okay, then I'll give the horse to Dash. It has 95 speed.
I guess it's not actually grappling.
Yeah.
So it just disengages so it can move its normal speed. What's its normal speed?
90.
As
Sort of
you-
hovering, gliding.
as the horse just away as she is pulled along with you, as she is wrenched up into the air, hand upon her throat.
Sticking her out in front of me. I Lannister.
Interesting. As you can see, her form starts to as it seems to turn into that darkened black mist that you saw before. She casts a misty step.
Does it?
Looks
I don't think she does that.
spellcasters!
As you're trying to,
I'm pretty sure she doesn't do that.
as you're casting a counter spell,
I am.
a little counter spell you casted.
Nice.
I'm doing it at a third level.
I already used my reaction.
As you attempt to counterspell her magic, you know how counterspell works. You reach out and you pull away the magic from someone. But there's no magic there to pull from. This mist, you hear her bumble something under her voice. You know what spell she's casting. It's Misty Step, but your magic doesn't connect. As she teleports away. Reappears about 30 feet away. Basically back at the foot of the steps. Really now. And you. Well, there was no point to it in the beginning. As you can see her draw a large revolver from her waist. Let's not have any of that again, shall we? As she lowers it down at Toman. As shots ring out. As 4 shots ring out. As you can see, that strange mist as she lands doesn't completely go away. It almost seems to coalesce inside the circular barrel of this gun. As it spins, so does the mist connect to what looks like each bullet. As the revolver rings out. first one shooting across the pillar in front of you, but I'm assuming the 29, 25, and 31 will hit.
Simply hit.
Oh no.
As you take 25, 41 damage, as I need a charisma saving.
Just 1 or 3?
Just one?
I have Ivor next to me. That makes it just a little bit better.
Yeah, you do
Plus
get a plus
5.
5 for my bar. Yep, need to make a DC 18.
Let's use this DM inspiration that I got from not doing anything.
Great jobbing. Not even great jobbing!
Oh! Not quite able to force. With each shot, this magic almost seems to pierce onto you and grow. With each connection, magic growing and sticking to your body, as you can feel your body changing. This thing taking hold. You can feel your arms start to get weak. You feel the blades at your hip get heavy as you are cursed. The target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against Mishasa. As you are afflicted with a bestow curse. As she turns, pulling her gun back towards her, she starts to walk back up the stairs. Round chairs as she starts to walk over to a door and pulls out a key. That is her turn. Lannister?
Fucking bitch. I'm too far away, guys. I can't get to her.
I thought you were a speedy boy.
No, I gave up those boots.
Ah, boo.
Yeah, still got mobile, he's just not super speedy.
At 4th level.
You know
I'll cast
what?
Bless.
Oh.
It is everyone but Freddy. And Armageddon.
4th level, you get 5 people.
5, okay. 3, 4. What's one? It's Bless is 1st level, which is 3. You get 1 per.
Oh, 5th level, yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying 4th level. Everybody but the mounts.
Yep.
You all become infused by Lannister's magic. Do anything else, Lannister?
No, damn it, I can't. Wait. No, because I cast something above 3rd level. Go and stand in front of Toman! So it doesn't get shot anymore. And you saw that I drank my potion before we started, right?
Which potion did you drink?
I drank one of my fire resistant potions.
Ooh, alright. Good deal. Become resistant
I like
to
how
fire.
the red dot just covers Lannister's face.
As this creature on the pedestal takes 2 steps and then takes the air, ripping across this room as Lannister, a large bladed wing, comes swinging at your face as these claws come trying to snag onto the side of you as it passes. As the bladed wing tries to connect and 2 claws coming. As I think 1 claw connects.
As I just beat back the wing, the claw catches under. As then I just elbow him with the other one to get him away.
As you take 8 points of slashing damage as this thing rips straight up into the air as it just flies by without giving you an opportunity to counterattack as it lifts itself about 30 feet into the air. With these things' insane movements. As one of these large constructs following in. Directly underneath where this construct is, up in the sky. Let me put it in front, there we go. As you can see, what these things did before when you saw them last. Large, towering creatures, as you can see around the center of it, a gap opens up, and underneath the faceplate opens up as this greenish gas is formed as it jettisons out in front of you. As I need a con save from Lannister, Tomin, Ivar, and the horse. Ooh.
Is 36 enough?
You're a hardy dwarf man. Ooh, Tobin, not having the best way here. As everybody makes their save, Ivar just barely, Armageddon just barely, rather.
Poor Tobin, even though he gets...
Armageddon would have a 24.
Everybody makes their save, even Armageddon, except for Tomin. As Tomin, you take 42 points of poison damage. The rest of you take 21, except for Lancer, who takes 10, because you're a...
The dwarf!
The dwarf! Let me just double check, just triple check here.
Holding on to your magic as Cinder, this thing right behind you, bladed wing and claw.
Kind of see that it slashed me, but have to kind of calculate my risks for the greater plan. And I leap through the sky and step away from it. Jump up about 20 feet up into the air, knowing it has a chance to try and hit me as I go.
It's only a 15-foot cone. Ivar, you would not get hit by this. Thought it was bigger than it was.
Does it swing at me?
It does, as it slashes out the clawed hand. Ooh, not being able to connect the...
Just misses. As I see that she's about to go through the door, my scale seems to flare a little bit and then vibrate, and then an image of it splits into two as I attempt to twin cast polymorph on Mishasa and this guy.
Alright. Polymorph. What is that? A wisdom save? Wisdom save. Except Mishasa and Big Guy.
Yeah.
Alright. You would know, Cinder. You've attempted this maneuver once before, trying to change the form of these large constructs, and you know the magic didn't have any effect last time, back in the arena when you fought these things for the first time.
Oh, because they're not creatures.
Well, you know they have some strange, immutable form.
Alright, so then yeah, I wouldn't twin cast it. I'll just try to polymorph her and hold her still.
Alright, she makes a wisdom save with advantage because of her devilish nature. Ooh, the 29. She forces away your magic, but even still, the force of your 4th level spell, you reach out against her, and you don't feel a connection. You know a spell that changes the form of something, you connect to it, and then you mold it almost like clay, this physical force of changing something with your magic, but it doesn't even connect. It's like the magic right before reaching her form just dissipates to nothing, almost as if you were casting it on an inanimate object. It's strange.
I start to think like it must be an illusion. I need to take a close... No, Ivar grabbed her. And I don't have enough time for that. I spin around as my scale flares, and I attempt to Eldritch Blast this guy 4 times.
Alright, you spin and fire.
Yay, bless!
Thanks to those blessed. The first one just barely missing. The speed of these forbs dodging out of the way, but the other 3 attacks will connect soundly with this thing's body. Thankfully, the second one, the little bit more guided magic striking into the side of it. Give me them damage. No hex, I'm assuming. Doing 24, 29 damage. As it rips into the side of this thing, as you can see, as the metal starts to bend and break, underneath it, you just see this glowing red light that you don't remember seeing on the creatures last time you fought them. They were much more fragile last time as well.
Go ahead and
31 damage.
31? 31. Yeah. Whoopsie doodles. Bad math.
Push him back up against the wall, and then start to fly up, and however high the roof is, I'm gonna get some height.
Alright, as it crunches up against the wall.
How high is it in here?
It's about 40-foot ceiling.
Yeah, so I'll go up to 40 feet. I'll go up to the roof.
Alright. Toman, as these bullets ram into your body, as this gas fills your lungs, and at this point you can barely see. Your eyes are starting to water and cough inside of this.
Oops, that was the wrong button. That was the button right next to my push to talk.
So it just shoots off the screen.
I'm out of
Yeah,
here.
remembering these things explode, I'm going to run the fuck out of here. Not
Yeah, take the cone with you!
I'll move for a second.
Run. Oh, far sheet. Just close enough. So I will Blade Song first, and then I grab my blade and take it out. The flowers will just slowly wilt off the blade and float towards Ishasa as it just lands. Several of them land in front of her and the door, as I will use my blade's new ability, White Moons, to create a bunch of ice pillars in front of it.
Ooh. As ice pillars seem to jettison up out of the ground, forming from the moisture in the air in front of her, as she needs to make a dex. As she does, as she dodges out of the way of these things. No, I can't.
Oh, isn't it a dexterity check?
It's a check.
Does it say check? I meant save.
It should be a save.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say that's hilariously good.
That's pretty
Like,
good.
real weird.
Hey, that's pretty good.
As it seems like a wall is formed in front of her. You hear the slightly agitated growl in her voice, which is strange.
And then I
He's a
Alright.
horse.
You mean Desmond?
Go ahead, Pine.
There you go. Good choice.
Hide behind you. As other construct, you see this large brazier as it just steps on it, crunching its form as the coals spill out across the ground. As it steps forward, as these large arms, as they seem to detach and swing down upon Lannister's form, as these large chained arms swing downwards upon him.
Come at me.
Ooh.
You fucking tin cans.
As these arms just crunch down onto your form as you take 10 damage and 8 damage, thankfully, to your prowess in battle, defending yourself against these mundane strikes, but they're still heavy, pounding your legs into the ground.
The dwarf.
Ha! You fucking bastards!
As these other creatures leaping off from the balcony to strike down at you, as it seems like Desmond, with you crawling up there, it looks like two of them have you in their sights as they first one diving off right before the other, coming down and striking down at your form with claws and wings striking forth, cutting into you with claws coming right afterwards as it just passes by your form, swinging around pillar and stopping, swooping back up about 10 feet up into the air as each strike connects. And you take 45 damage. As the creature from the far side, seeing Cinder, swings up and attacks you as well, Cinder. Wing and claws at the ready. Ooh.
Able to dodge quickly out of the way for the first two, but the other one looks like it's coming right for me, and I put up my shield again.
Alright, able to defend yourself as it also swings by and then lands back on the banister, high end, looking down upon you. As
Question.
Yolder.
Does Mishasha have advantage against spells or like magical attacks?
All magical effects.
Okay, just wondering.
But it does not seem like she was immune to this type of magic, strangely. Where it does seem like she was almost completely immune to your counterspell, and it looked like Cinder tried to cast something on it. You're not sure if his spell just failed or it was the same thing that happened to you a moment ago, where your magic just seemed to not connect.
What's the limit again if I want to cast a high level spell and then spiritual weapon?
3rd level.
Okay.
Either the spell or spiritual weapon. Neither of them can be higher than 3rd level.
So I kind of just keep my shield up, trying to block away these harpies, and I look at Toman, and I see that he just seems to almost be ragged, or what do I see in terms of this foul portents upon him?
You can see basically these spots of black mist that almost seem to have congealed into slime almost. It looks almost viscous, but it does still seem to like drift up off of the wound, seeming to almost simmer a bit on these 3 spots where the bullets collided with his.
And Yolder just kind of reaches into a rather tight-knit and well put together pouch on her hip, pulling out what looks like just a handful of white dust, and just begins to sprinkle it onto these various spots, and they begin to glow red and orange and warm as the slime just begins to dissolve and fall away from you. Your curses will have no effect here. As I'm going to cast Greater Restoration on him.
Ooh. As Toman, the curse, you can see these blackened spots just start to dissipate in light as they're burned away. As you are no longer cursed. Your weapons no longer.
Go get him. As Yola just kind of turns back around and continues to try to body block for Toman, waiting for him and Ivar to have the opportune moment to get to her.
Desmond, why haven't you changed your health yet?
I'm at 152. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you had all that extra health.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
I was at 187, and you took 25 of it. Right?
I forgot you had all that aid on you. As
You know what? I'm supposed to be at sorry, you're right. I'm supposed to be at 42. 140.
Gotcha. As this other creature swinging down, striking at you and your strange creature beside it. The wings cutting out on one side towards Frederick as the claws come raining down on you.
Freddy interrupts with a headbutt.
Yeah, give me that headbutt. As the bladed wing catches him first, but he will be able to interpose as, the bladed wing just catching the side of Frederick as he takes 23 slashing damage. One claw coming at you. 20 will not connect with. It will, as the beak comes out, and your beak will connect. Give me that damage as it's swinging by to get its second strike on. 16 damage, and let's see if you knock her out of the sky. It's a strength save, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, 9's not going to do it as it comes swinging by. Even though it has this strange movement that allows it to avoid any attacks back at it, Frederick is built for something more. It's built to resist and fight back against things that threaten you. Even though you haven't quite perfected it back so it can strike perfectly, it strikes with determination as this thing just slams into the side of this pillar and falls to the ground, crunching as it takes 2d6 point of fall damage.
Those 2 attacks that you threw, they were at me or at Freddy?
The first one was at Freddy, the second one was at you. As
Okay.
it crunches down, taking 7 points of damage and getting knocked prone as the second attack lashes out at you at disadvantage from the... Ooh, 21 though, still going to connect as it lashes up and scratches up the side of your leg as you take another 11 points of slashing damage as it remains laying on its side trying to get up off the ground. As it is Freddy's turn, standing over this creature. What does Freddy do?
So he's on the ground, all my attacks have advantage?
Indeed they do.
I'm just gonna fucking well out then.
The melee attacks do.
Yeah, as Freddy starts to wail. Ooh, and good thing. 24 will connect. 18. Ooh, the second one just barely missing as this thing tries to roll out of the way. The strange form just pulling itself off the ground, pulling and tumbling across the ground, but 2 will connect. A talon and a beak clambering into 20 and 13 damage. Cut and tear into this thing. Half of its form pull apart, but it's still fighting the strange red light underneath it, pulsing deeper and hotter. Strange heat radiating off of it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay there, I'm not gonna move.
Alright. As other creature that flew by you, Cinder, that's also about 20 feet up in the air, comes striking back around again as these 2 creatures are just flying by you, trying to cut you to ribbons in the air with wing and claw.
Shield's still up, but I wasn't prepared for the second one. They all hit me.
Ooh. The bladed wing and claws come ripping in, doing 36, 49 damage.
47.
As these horrible constructs infused with the strange magic, just ripping everyone. Desmond.
Alright, so these brown objects here, I can clearly go in between them.
Oh yeah, they seem to be these large chests.
I'm gonna scoot my way right over here and kneel down so that I got a clear line of sight all the way across.
Because this thing tries to lash out at you.
That's fine.
17 not gonna hit though, just barely.
And I'm going to do a piercing blast across the bow here.
Yep.
I believe this will do. I don't gotta do anything special.
Nope. It's basically like a mini lightning bolt, so it just strikes in a straight line, cutting through both these guys' forms.
I should be able to angle it up, right? So it hits the last guy.
This is just about 10. Oh, you're going that way.
Yeah.
That way. All right. I thought you were shooting down this way. All right. Yeah.
I'm in all of them.
You cannot hit this dude because it's 30 feet up in the air, but you can certainly angle it to hit the big guys and the guy up on the balcony. But not the little one because she's high up.
Got.
If you were higher up and angled downwards, you could probably hit them all. But not from your position as you strike out, as they all need to make dexterity saving throw. Not gonna do it. Nope. And actually, I think they have resistance. Big dudes. They do. Oh, balls, as all three of them make their save.
God damn it.
Lightning rips out and starts to surge through these things' body as two large ones taking 14 points of damage. But as the lightning connects with the far one, you realize, Desmond, weapon in your hand as it surges outwards with this electricity, the electricity seems to attach harshly onto this thing, ripping it piece by piece. It evades, but just the ever slight spark that reaches out and attaches almost seems to surge through this thing's form, as it seems somewhat vulnerable to the damage. As Ivar,
his gaze pierced to Mishasa. The sounds of combat all around him, he sort of breaks it off. Not tunneling anymore, but looking around and seeing his allies getting cut up. Seeing his free hand, he clenches it so tight, it starts to shake. And then he... A Pyrrhic victory is no victory at all. Oh, I stole the code. Hang on. So I don't go after Mishasa, and I go after the one in the air. Over here. Why?
turn around and reach up at the one in the sky, seeming to be eyeing up your partner.
The blade comes down, trying to crush and send this thing out of the sky. 2 attacks. One trying to clip its wings.
Alright.
Ah.
Oh, certainly connect. The second one, though, however, will not, sadly. As first one doing 26 damage, cutting into its form. The second one's barely missing as it dives out of the...
But as it dives, I quickly and swiftly reposition my blade so that it runs into it, giving me an ease, hopefully. Wow.
Ooh, thankfully
19?
to that guiding magic.
Yeah.
You cut into it clean, doing 28 damage. And again, as each blow is connected with these things, the metal is torn and sheared away, but this red energy inside is revealed. As Mishasa, looking behind her, as you can see her draw out a long scimitar at her side as she cuts in to this ice in front of her, attempting to cut it open. So what's the stats on those ice?
They're impervious to damage that can't be destroyed.
AC of 5 HP, of 30 vulnerability to fire damage.
As she cuts it to ribbons with a flurry of insanely fast blows, the ice is just as it is torn asunder. As I can roll some damage on this. Boop, 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 boop.
It's not enough.
Not enough. It is immune to the strange ichor that seems to be upon the blade, but just the slashing nature of itself, cutting it through. She walks over, unlocks the door, and walks within. Lannister.
Just move that out of my way. Still in it if I'm right there.
Nope, you step out of the gas right underneath the feet of this large creature.
Swing at him.
That'll connect, doing 26 points of damage, cutting up into its leg, metal breaking. Jumping on top of boxes, coming up on the backside of this thing.
So just swing again.
Swing again. Also connect, cutting deep into the metal, cutting this thing down to size, but also these things are gigantic, and it takes a beating before these things. Anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I will use my second.
Alright. Catching your
Get
breath.
back.
Yeah. Creature high above, seeing target hiding behind woman in front of it as it down at you, Yolder, as it flies by, wing and claws feeling themselves against you. Claw, wing, claw.
Just trying to be a wall which Toman can catch his breath behind, blocking each with her shield, trusting in her children to protect her and her allies.
She seems to fly past you with insane speed and then scratches up onto the pillar, grabbing onto the side of it with one large hooked claw as it seems to just anchor itself there, looking down upon you, its wings flap, looking like it's going to come down for another swing. As this other creature seeming to be facing off against this dwarf, encircling one another as it turns, and with the long reach of its chained hands, just unleash them down upon you again, Lannister, as they bash down on your form. First one connecting solidly against your right or your left side. You take another 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fucking dying!
As Cinder, these two creatures harrowing you in the sky. What do you do?
Oh, I thought you meant they were about to hit me again.
No, it's your turn.
Well, I don't like being hit right now, so I'm gonna stop being hit if I can. I wave my hand around real quick, as in a blink my scale flares until I can't look at it directly, and I disappear.
Ooh. Cinder's form blinks out.
And from a visible vantage point, I'm gonna try and back up Lannister a little bit. So I turn, come into this corner, dropping to about, well, as low as I can so that I can get a good angle. So this thing's about 20 feet, so I'm about there. And I'm going to try and knock this guy back towards that tunnel.
Good.
Eldritch Blast.
Thing can't see you, so it can't hear you. I'm not quite sure if that's how the rules work.
Oh yeah.
But I'll say you don't have disadvantage. It's fine. You got advantage on this thing because you're.
Oh yeah. So those are all normal hits, and these are all in case I crit hits.
Yeah. If you get any 20s. No 20s, but they all do connect. As just these beams shoot out of nowhere, this creature turns its head to face you as your magic strikes out, but seeming to not quite tell where you are as you cut into this thing. 18, another 15, one more. 9, as this thing is just pummeled, as its form gets knocked back and back and back, as it just is pummeled away as it crashes into the wall behind it.
Alright, hopefully that helps Lannister, but I don't say anything to give away my position. I just step to the side a little bit, leap back into the air another 10 feet so that thing doesn't slash out in the spot where I was.
You do see it slash out, but you're long gone at that point. As Toma.
Let's all spread out.
One up in the sky, seeming to be locking down on Yolder. 2 of them up on the far left, seem to be trying to track Cinder, just disappear, and 1 down on the ground, prone before you.
So I'm gonna raise my blade up into the air again as just this tiny ball of light kind of forms at the tip of it. I thrust up as it kind of whips into the air, and as it comes down, I slash into it and release this big burst of light all around me as I use my mark of evocation to make all my friends immune to this giant sunburst.
Oh, snap. Calling upon the gift of the eight. As magic starts to pulse outwards. As the entire room is just filled with light. And it's blinding. And you think it's just going to envelop you and burn you away. But you've seen this, I believe, once before. Where Toman is able to shield you. Thanks to his gift. You are not harmed as all of these creatures are surged backwards from this light as it scorches up their side, as they all need to make con saves as these guys have advantage. Only the top one makes it, as the other ones do not. As the Valkyrie actually right in front of you, Toman, maybe protecting itself right underneath you and your little sphere of defense, but all of the rest of them being enveloped by this light has 46 damage. Oh shit, was it delayed? Two of them make their saves. It was weird. My rolls were weirdly delayed. Alright, so big guys. The one at the top taking half damage, so taking 23. Big guy next to Lannister taking the full 46 damage. These other creatures, most of them just being almost annihilated by this light, except for the creature in front of you, Toman, and the creature also in front of Ivar, only seeming to be partially burnt away by this magic, but all of them come out certainly not unscarred, as this magic just fills the room, burning everything away. Once it all subsides, they all still remain.
Well, if they fail to save and they're not immune, and they're blind.
Ooh, as it does seem like many of them seem to lose their way in this. Good shit. Alright. I think I got everybody. Yeah. As a large creature in front of you, Lannisters, and being just blasted back by this light, taking steps back away from it. You can see it searching around in every which way, as it's not quite sure where anything is. But then you just see large hands, chains reaching out around it as it just swings wildly in your direction. As it attacks with disadvantage, as you can see the large arms just sweeping and bashing into these chests as they just go flying.
Oh, then I jump!
They go crashing across the walls as just treasures, gold, and gems spill out of them, but still strikes out at you, hoping that you can time your jump at just the right moment. That's certainly enough. You jump, and the arms just go swimming, crushing across the ground, unable to connect. As it needs to continue its con saves, not being able to free itself. These other creatures, one in front of you, Ivar, not blinded, as it just strikes out at you, clawing into your form as it sweeps back up into the air and swings back towards you to cut across you. This large bladed wing cutting across your form.
Right. Ow.
Bladed wing and claws cutting at you as you take 9 and 6. 15 damage in total as it swings past you and then grabs onto the top and almost perches the top of this large statue. Other creatures, this thing blinded but already seeming to track where you were, Cinder, as it strikes down your invisible form, as it almost crashes into the ground at its feet and just slashes wildly as it walks across this platform, trying to swing the best it can. After it lands, though, not having the momentum to use its wings, it just slashes and slashes as it tries to make its way past you, and one claw cuts out, and you know it's coming right for you.
Yeah, there's just a one attack right there.
Yeah, because the 14 was a disadvantage, so it misses.
Okay.
The second one, even with disadvantage.
The second one, yeah, even. Oh, I see. Okay, I was looking at the ones above. Yeah, I can't even do anything with the shield, so I just braced myself for the hit.
Alright, the one wild slash cuts up onto your side as the thing, feeling contact, turns and faces you again. You can see its head just twitching every which way, but blood on its claws, certainly yours.
Oh.
Holding on to your magic. It's an insane burst of magic from Toman trying to knock these things out of the sky, but whatever this horrible infernal light that fills these creatures is, it is giving them insane amount of stability. This thing on the ground almost seems to be torn to pieces, but its form is still being held together with just this energy within.
Yeah. Well, let's get rid of that. As I'm going to go ahead and, as a bonus action, channel a great deal of magic into my spiritual anvil, hoping to utilize it for some time, as I will be casting spiritual weapon with a 6th level spell slot.
Ooh.
As a now anvil just seems to spark itself into existence, and you can see it is bronze and then gold and then now wrapped itself in yellow flames as it smashes down onto this thing, hoping to unmake this foul creation.
As you start to cast your magic, seeing Mishasa retreat through the door, you can see, or don't see, you hear louder now. As soon as that door opens,
feeling the heartbeat of Hephaestus within myself, my magic is guided and courses through this fucking thing, obliterating it.
Punches it. Give me
Die!
that damage.
Didn't even need the D4.
The darn.
Ah, yay, so much damage.
Doing 30 damage as just crunching into this thing's wing, as its wing is just shattered and broken on the ground. It still moves. Another strike like that, though, it would probably be broken to pieces, but also it looks like there's no way it can fly, not in that. But it's still alive.
I'll totally take that free condition. Thank you, God. Appreciate it. As feeling energized by that, Yolder will kind of bring her staff in front of her, lining it up with this thing that seems to be just kind of blinded up on this pillar, but still hanging on to it, as she is going to summon forth some sacred flame.
Ooh! Wisdom dex save.
DC 20.
Ooh, as it does not make it save. Blinded, unable to defend itself, as this radiant light just burns across its form. Doing 30 damage. As it does a hefty amount of damage. The metal seems to be scorched and changing color to this blackened, burnt material. It still resides. Its eyes, its face seem to lock on to you. Although ever so slightly, it seems to look in your direction, trying to find where you are.
Just kind of take a few more steps forward, trying to get in front of Toman and just trying to make sure that it's going to direct itself towards me. I just slam my staff into the ground and almost try to threaten it, knowing it can't see me, but just preparing myself. That's it.
Right, as this creature, its wings shattered on the ground, grabs onto the pillar and rights itself as Toman, as it tries to take to the sky but realizes it can't, as it just lashes out at you, the one that exploded that horrible magic, as 2 claws just cut down on your form. 23 and 14.
Nope.
Ooh, as the first one just barely misses, as the second one just cuts wildly, not even close. as it just continues to try to scratch as best it can at you, but it is falling apart in its current state. As Frederick.
I'm just gonna finish this thing off.
Alright. No longer having advantage, able to get itself up off the ground. Unless you beak it first, but... Talon. As both of those will connect, and that is enough as you rip and tear this thing to pieces. Barely holding together, the first one of these things torn. And as it dies, you can see Frederick reaching in and tearing away the metal of this thing. This red energy seems to come with it now, as it's just spilled out into the air, as it almost seems to coagulate in the air and splash across the ground. As the inside of this thing, this red energy, almost turns liquid and just falls across the ground, like breaking open a glass container as it just spills out on the floor.
This guy over here, he's about 10 feet in the air and 30 feet away, so I should be able to get to him.
Yeah, he's perched up on top of this about 10-foot tall statue.
So I'm gonna fly over there and headbutt him.
Alright. That'll just barely connect. Give me that damage. Let's see if you can knock him off the fucking statue. Ooh. Not quite able to rip him off the statue. As it holds its form, but does do 24 points of damage as you cut into this thing as it wrenches away with a beak as more metal is torn. Battle of the bots in the back. As the creature, also blinded in front of you, Cinder, losing track of you as it is going to... Oh shit, this guy needs a con save. Nope, not going to be able to do it. As this guy stumbles forth, also wrenching up into the air, trying to claw up at your feet as it passes underneath you, clawing upward, trying to catch anything it can. 14 to 19. Not gonna do it as it just collides with the far wall, as it scratches up against it as it turns and tries to find you again, trying to ward off this magic that's taken hold of it, and it does. As you can see, it seems like its vision clears. This light in its eyes fade as it looking around, but still not able to see. As Desmond.
I should be able to see what Freddy's doing up there, right?
Oh yeah, clear as day.
Yeah, so I'm gonna first cast haste on myself.
Go.
And then I'm gonna fire a regular shot at that guy that Freddy's fighting.
Alright, give me that shit.
From haste. Sorry, that's Thunder Cannon, my bad. It's a crit, lol!
You don't have advantage on it. Just roll me that damage and we'll just take the normal damage off. So 13 points of piercing as the gunshot rings off, cutting across the back of it. Still holding, but it is barely holding together. As another flurry of blows from Freddy, he'll probably tear it to pieces.
I adjust my bracer and I take another shot.
Alright. As you are blessed, give me a D4 to see if you'll hit.
Oh, just a bit outside.
Magic, not quite enough, as it just ricochets and bounces off the wall behind. With your sharpshooter, not even really needing to worry about Freddy, just not quite enough to connect. Eyeball.
Well, seeing Freddy's got that under control. Maneuver around this thing, the one in front of me. Fly over to Cinder. Took this one out.
Alright. Fly over as it You see it turn its head at the last second to see you, not blinded. Trying to defend it. Ooh, as
Does 17 hit?
17's not going to connect as it just barely starts to dodge out of the way of your blade.
As I abruptly and sharply bring my blade down, using my reaction to attack. Wah!
That will connect, thankfully, from the guiding light of Bless. Cutting down to 35 damage. Ooh, almost completely annihilating this thing. You just rip out the center plate of it as this strange light starts to coagulate into what looks like liquid and spill out. But it is just barely...
More attack.
That'll certainly connect. How do you want to do this?
Yep, as the first attack, barely missing, but able to sharply drop my blade in order to cut off one of its wings, and then in one fell swoop, cutting off the other and just kicking it down, leaving into a heap.
Oh, yeah.
I fly over to Cinder and use my bonus action to attack again.
Weapon Master.
Woo, great Weapon Master.
Oh,
yeah! You have advantage if you want to roll again.
Oh, yeah,
Can you do a
obviously.
double crit?
I don't want to just jinx it. Yeah, okay.
You just cleave into it. Oh, as the smite goes off, dealing an additional. Oh god, math. The first one is 22. The next one is 16. So
You still have holy weapon in there.
yeah.
Okay, well, I don't
I'm not
turn
counting
it
the holy
off.
weapon.
You just turn it off. And
Yeah,
click the
I'll tally it
six.
for you.
38 damage additional from the smite as again this thing is almost torn to pieces but still barely holding on. Lannister looks
It's
like
not a fiend.
it is not a fiend as Lannister you see Ivar upstairs tearing into this thing. Can't quite see it but know that Ivar's up on a horse carving into something. Big old motherfucker in front of you.
Osteovo, no. So I swing at this bastard.
Alright, unable to defend itself, you got some advantage. Cutting in deep, doing 30 damage on the first strike.
So I swing again.
Ooh, there we go. That's the war cleric doing another 31 damage to it.
So I use my War Cleric ability and bonus action.
Oh yeah.
Yeah!
Double nat 20s. I knew it was coming. I could feel it.
Doing 32. That's 35, 46. At 46 health. How do you want to do this?
As I just fucking I just cut it, and it just goes, and then I just I just jump, and I just, as I land, and I'm like, Father, we're gonna go kill the other one.
With a masterful stroke of Lannister carving that thing into pieces as this other blind creature trying to follow what's going on as it is just going to peel itself away from this pillar, striking down at you, Yolder, blinded as it is, trying to strike past as wing and claws coming in your direction. Thanks to the disadvantage, nothing coming close as it just flies by, crunching into the ground, not very gracefully as it stops itself by digging its claws into the ground, skidding to a stop in front of you as it tries to wheel itself around, watching where, or trying to see where you are, but again, its face just wildly moving back and forth and not quite able to wash away that light in its eyes.
I've got this thing, Toman. You help Lannister.
It's a large
So
creature.
why?
Steal his kill.
As Lannister, large creature in front of you, arms come raining down upon
Come
you.
at me!
You've got it cornered in the corner here. as the first one will connect solidly against you.
You call that a strike?
You take, what, 12 damage? The second one will not connect. Able to deflect it with your
Spit out
shield.
a little blood, and I just fucking look at it. I'm fucking taking you down.
Doesn't resistance feel nice?
Oh yeah. And Cinder, this creature directly in front of you, almost torn to pieces by Arvar, but it's still holding.
Push off the wall and find myself out into the middle here, and then
As gas dissipates.
kind of put myself above this, I guess, pillar or near it.
Yeah, the pillar reaches to the ceiling, but you can get to the side of it.
So I get here, so I have a viewpoint, and I shoot out Eldritch Blast, trying to smash two guys up against the wall. 2 for him, 2 for him.
Oh yeah. Give me the left one first.
There's supposed to be advantage. So.
Yeah, give me 4 more, just in case you could. So far, only the last one is missing, so the 8th attack is what we're looking at here. See if it also misses. Alright, all of them connect. Let's give me those damages on the left one first. See if you can tear them asunder. Let's see if your 2 spells are enough. That's a good one. Do one more. Ooh, just enough to tear him to pieces. The 2 bolts crumpling into him as he just is knocked against the wall, arm breaking and snapping off and falling to the ground as that energy inside seems to turn to liquid and just spill out across the ground. As the other one taking 11 damage, taking 9 as it is bashed up against the wall, but still just clinging onto the statue as it is just barely still in one piece. It's not looking good.
I see he's still up and try to maximize some of our attacks. I put 2 more into that guy and just try to pummel him up against that wall, and then 2 more into him and try to get him away from Desmond.
Alright. Who was the first one, the big guy or the same guy you just shot?
The first one will be the one on top of the statue.
Gotcha, okay. Zoom confirm. Alright, those will certainly connect. Give me those damage for the first one. 2 shots. But most likely you'll tear this guy apart unless you get real in love. Ooh, the first shot is almost enough. The second one is plenty as it is ripped to pieces, falling off the statue and just crunching into the ground.
It's invisible from the sky, bolts just flying in every single direction, and then now this one to try and knock him off the Desmond.
2 shots, doing damage, cutting into him. The second damage is knocked 10 feet away and then knocked into the wall right underneath this banner, or the little think of the word, balcony, there you go. But it's still standing as it's bashing up against the wall.
Great job, Cinder! Wherever the fuck you are!
Don't respond, because I don't want them finding me in the sky.
Desmond, you can see one after another of these creatures falling, breaking to pieces, whatever strange energy inside of them shattering and spilling across the... It's Toman.
Sure, that's help I kind of leaned forward on my skirt and shifted the turbo as I used a bonus action to dash over here. I'll just poke him twice.
Oh yeah. Blade coming out. Cutting and cutting. Those will both connect solidly.
Oh, good form, Toman.
Ooh, the second strike cutting deep, doing 27 damage. As the ice forming up around the side of these things, just piercing and breaking apart the metal. Still standing, although it's been torn to pieces.
13 more damage too.
For what?
Holy weapon?
When did you put holy weapon on me?
When I was
Wait, would that have
taking
been
your
both
sword
times?
and blessing it.
Oh, yeah.
I remember hearing that, but alright.
Oh, I was in chat. I saw you took the sword, and I did it like.
I saw you cast holy
I
weapon.
took the sword and I put the spell card in the thing that you were monologuing. I didn't want to mess up your flow.
All right, is the holy weapon cutting in and burning away even more with radiant energy
What's my
inside?
thingamajiggy?
What thingamajiggy?
My radiant thingy.
What thingy?
He's rolling the damage. Like, he should be rolling the damage. Anyways. Let's see, this one is dead. Wait, I just skipped big robot turn. As the large creature in front of you. Let's see.
Oh, the one you just cut is dead.
No, I'm at the big guy right in front of you. As he just not get his breath back, as his large chain arms just whips out at both of you, trying to crush you both under the weight of its metal. As first one coming towards Lannister, crunching down. The second one crunching down at Toman.
Get ready, Toman, I've got this!
The shield
Take
thing.
9 points of bludgeoning, as Toman you're able to shield away. Not able to crunch you into the ground. This one is also dead, and Yolder. Just 2 of these constructs remaining. That's a door, broken ice in front of it, wherever Michelle's ran off. Hammer comes swinging down with advantage.
Anvil.
Anvil. Oh, why is that hammer? Get him.
Where the fuck spiritual weapon? Spiritual weapon, where are you? There you are.
Ooh, that will connect. Give me that damage. Powerful magic in your weapon.
Bop. That doesn't seem right. Is it 4d8? Yeah, it's 4d8, right? Yeah, okay.
Why are you rolling
Half of
0.49 times
2d8.
The spiritual weapon progression is a 6th level slot. Every other level
Yeah.
scales.
Okay. Just weird.
0.5 seems right, or...
Alright.
I just copied it in from the...
Gotcha, I just don't. That's a weird formula there. As it crunches into the side of this thing, but it's still moving, although it does not seem to be in good shape. What else are you doing?
Seeing that it is still moving,
Sacred Flame, trying to burn it away. Not going to be able to make it save. Doing 26 as it burns up, but its form still barely holding, as it's beginning to get scorched as it flails up against the wall. This magic pounding into it. You just walk up on its form. As
contained.
Freddy, your foe, before you fall into the ground.
I yell at Freddy to go and take care of that one, but don't kill it. So he's going to fly over there and he's going to head.
Alright.
Trying not to deal lethal damage.
Gotcha. Bashes down, that certainly will connect.
Crits it on non-lethal damage.
As you just bash into the side of this thing, its wing buckles and breaks as it crunches to the ground, but aiming for the wing, not for the inside of this thing, as its core, this light seems to glow inside of its stomach. But all the fight in this thing is gone, and you can see as the light just starts to fade darker and darker until it just becomes this deep maroon inside of it, but still whole. Doesn't seem to have shattered and broken and spilled out like the others. There we go. Anything else Freddy want to do?
No.
Alright, Desmond. One of these creatures remain.
I'm going to turn around to face the big dude. And I will use one of my spells. What spells do I have left? Let me see. I still have a 4th level spell. I'm going to use my 4th level spell. And I'm going to use Toman's Gift to make my round
deal a lot more damage.
Mm.
I am going to use Sharpshooter to buff it by another 10 damage. And so, you know where it says the global attack modifier?
Yeah.
I have there selected for it to give me the bless, but it hasn't been doing it.
Let me see.
Yeah, take a look at it. Like when you mouse over it, see it says bless, right?
Oh, because it's just like an example. It's not actually typed in. So actually, you gotta type in the one before. It's just a gray, like, this is what it should be here. There you go. You fire, seeing how much damage you can pull into this thing.
Alright, firing now.
That'll connect even with the -5 easily enough. Give me that damage.
So I think I gotta roll what? A 4d8, is it?
Yeah, I think so. As you deal 55 damage to it with the sniper shot, with the extra magic pouring into it, breaking across its form. Let's see if you can take. It had 21 health. How do you want to do this?
I'm just gonna, blow off his head like I like to do.
As the head just explodes with this horrible cacophony of thunderous damage that just makes its head just shatter into pieces as it takes one step back and just crumples to the ground as it just falls.
Come on, Desmond! Oh,
Hey, Lester.
I shrug. Sorry.
I had him right where I wanted him. I mean, I could have killed him, Tolman.
Is the door locked?
You walk towards the door.
Oh, as Yoda just goes through the door.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but as Yolder walks up and tries to handle.
Just walk over to these fucking tables just real quick. It's fucking shoving the gold in my bag of holding.
It does seem to be.
I know we're gonna run.
As you try the handle, it does seem locked, and there's a strange red light that's just filtering out from underneath the door frame. Lannister, you see, just the table is filled with gold and jewels, and 2 large hand axes that look very dwarven in design. Cinder, you walk over. On the other table seem to be gold and jewels, and a large drum that seems like the face of it is actually... It almost looks like gold on the face of it. And then a large, very intricate, small chest.
Yes.
Just about the size like could fit a football or so.
I begin to open it while yelling over at Lannister. Don't you mix that with your gold, we need to count it.
Oh, we're fine. I don't have very much gold. It's fine.
Open up the box.
Wait.
Open the door and we'll come!
With the same kind of frantic
It's
kind of
so-
rush, I run to the back over here and I start grabbing what I can off of the robot that's been destroyed here, and maybe sample the liquid, and tell Freddy to carry this guy with us.
Start opening chests and
Ready
dumping it in.
scoops up the construct. Inside the box, you see what looks like this strange metallic circle with what seems like attached to it circlets. 3 large circlets that seem like they would attach to basically your forearm.
I open up my bag of holding and I start doing as Lannister's doing.
As Yolder, your spiritual weapon just starts bashing into the door as it starts to break and break away. Not seeming to be all that formidable as it starts to break, and eventually a small locking mechanism on the inside snaps and it starts to open to the next room.
Starts to open, it just slams into it one more time, trying to just send the door careening away.
Just swings and clashes up against the wall on the inside. And inside, you can see small hallway leading about 20 feet or so that starts to open up, and you see far end, there's a bright red light that just filters. The entire area just seems to be bathed in it, but it seems to be coming from the ground. Very much what looks like those magic circles that you saw before, placed on the ground, radiating light upwards. But on the far side of it, you see the back of a woman standing as she seems to turn to you, as you see Mishasa.
All of you staying near me. This is going to be a hard one. As I just kind of like turn and I see like Toman just kind of like blood just pouring out of these bullet wounds. Oh, my friend. As I just clasp him on the shoulder and give him a heal.
Oh yeah. As you turn to cast magic on Toman, you can see Mishasa. So persistent. So very persistent.
Aw, snap, y'all.
You have no idea how persistent.
Send it, the door's open, we gotta go!
As put yourselves in the bottom here. Some of you, people that are outside the door, put yourself in the darkness as you're just outside.
Yep,
Put yourself on the map on the bottom.
There, got it.
So, like, over here?
At the bottom.
Yeah, alright. He's gonna pull her. Let's go. Timer's gonna...
Freddy and Desmond.
Just fucking running now. I've got like one chest. I'm like dropping it in my bag as I'm running up to the door.
Master, we'll be right back.
No, we won't.
Yes, we will.
Freddy's like, hold my corpse.
Of course. As you all start to walk into this room, as you can see the magic on the ground pulsing. And it's a disturbing sight. The ground around Mishasa's feet circles and circles and circles around this strange magic of skulls placed facing outwards, this horrible, devilish design. As you also see, with your keen perception, Yolder, Mishasa's not entirely there. She seems shorter. Her feet, they're sinking into the ground. As let's roll initiative.
Alright.
As he seems to be pulling out a revolver.
And I said, wait, hey, hey, it's just an ordinary. It's all just in your mind.
Wait, that's what happens when you take like 2 weeks off
Ooh.
to it. Desmond's a quicker draw!
I'm
Got everybody.
Let me see.
You've still got your sacred weapon, so you can place that next to you. Assuming
Do
you
I still
drifted
have-
it in with you.
Do I still have my blaster? Did it drop? I'm assuming it dropped.
It's
So the
been more
weapon
than a minute, yeah.
Yep.
You attack with your sacred weapon like 10 times, so it's been maybe 2 minutes or so.
Goodbye, clutch.
My spiritual weapon quite a few times, so it's been a minute for that too, right?
Yeah, it's been about 2 minutes since the end of the last fight.
Bring that in with me.
Oh, for some reason I was thinking it lasted 10 minutes. Okay.
I mean, sure, you can totally make it last 10 minutes. That'd be great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
It broke upon the door with the
Yeah,
last,
that's why I wanted to send
final
the door
shatter.
careening in was like the final.
Yeah. Alright. As Desmond, as you see Mishasa draw out this long revolver at her side, you're just a little bit faster as you get the draw on her.
Well, I'm all the way in the back, so the first thing I'm gonna do is rehaste myself.
Good.
And then I will attempt to take a regular shot at her face.
Moving to your left, getting a line of sight, and thanks to your sharpshootery ways, able to weave that bullet in between your as it careens through this room.
Ignore that bless. Sorry.
Bless no longer there, as that will connect as the bullet pierces into her shoulder. Doing 16 points of damage.
I don't know how much I can move up between everybody here. Probably not much, right? I'll just move up to like there-ish if they look.
Yeah, if you're just walking, yeah, that's fine. You can move up basically right there if you're not riding Frederick. That's fine. Basically right outside the door as everybody's filtering in. You take a shot, you can see the bullet collide with Mishasa's shoulder, the magic nature of the bullet cutting into her flesh. That is not very nice. As she levels the revolver at you, Desmond. As the revolver rings out, 4 shots coming in your direction.
Damn, she's got some attack.
As I believe this will all connect. Yep, even the first one, reeling from the pain, still connects. As I'm going to need a charisma saving throw, as you take a lot of damage.
Charisma? I don't have any of that.
21, 33, 52, 67 damage. And I need 4 Constitution saving throws.
I don't even think I can make it, right? Like, what's the...
I'm not
No,
20.
you
Independent damage, so you can make each one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Plus
just need
you
to make
get
a
plus
10.
5 from Ivar too.
Con save, not.
No, con
Hi.
saves. Con saves. For concentration for your haste.
Oh, I just said charisma.
Yeah, you already
I mean,
lost the
16,
charisma.
15,
You already-
16
you lost
should
it.
make it, right?
Yeah, give me one more. The one.
Well, no, because that's another 5.
I said, wait, hey, it's just noise.
Yeah, because you
no,
do
it's
have
a crit.
proficiency. Yeah, that would be a 14. So you hold on to your haste. You actually cannot fail that, thanks to Ivar. But your weapon
What can
gets
I
heavy.
say?
But I died. It doesn't matter.
But your weapon gets heavy. As whenever you aim your weapon at Mishasa, it wavers. This strange curse forcing your hand away as you can't. It's increasingly hard to just try to get her in your sights. The magic of these bullets, these horrible festering things attached to your body, are forcing your body from attacking her, as you are cursed.
Did you give me a total damage there, Osmus?
I did, but I don't remember what it was.
It's like 56, I think it was.
21, 33, 52, 60,
66?
67.
67, alright. Thanks for that.
Everyone, you see Desmond rush in, fire off a shot connecting with Mishasa's shoulder as she just lights him up with a revolver at her. As you can also see, darkness starting to leak out from the room. The light that's from this circle starting to go dim. Those with dark vision still seeing in bright light, but you can tell the shift as the darkness starts to form. These strange guardians, originally seen on that magic circle back in the puppeteer's dollhouse, form up. As they seem to just float up to the edge of this room, the large claws grasping, but they don't seem to advance. They just seem to be waiting there, blocking your way forward towards Mishasa. As you can see at the end of Mishasa's turn, she sinks ever more closely into the ground, sinking up to her waist. As she slowly reloads bullets into her revolver, you can see strange mists being loaded into each one. Cinder.
Hear Yolder yell to get close, so I reach around the mangled door into the crowd of my allies. See Mishasa sinking, and it can only be a bad thing, and it probably won't work, but I'll try to knock her out of the circle. First, attempting to curse her with my hex. I give her disadvantage on dexterity checks.
As you reach out to cast your hex,
Just doesn't
nothing connect.
Let's see if she takes force magic. I'm not invisible, so not advantage.
Yeah, you do notice though that when you cast your hex, before when you tried to polymorph her form, you reached out, and right before it reached her, it seemed to be washed away. This time, the somewhat weaker magic of the hex, almost immediately, once you released that spell in her direction, almost like right when you released it from your hands, a wind just washed it away. Like the magic was so weak that it didn't even come close. But it was still somewhat different from the polymorph. The polymorph was close. The hex was not. As you're shooting out these rays towards her, it's once again, much like the hex, but this time even weaker. Your magic, trying to target her, they barely even form. Those flash of eyes that form that magic, you see them almost just blink in and out of existence. Such foolish creatures, your magics do not work. Nothing works. You'll have to try much harder if you really wish to do anything against me.
I think it's gotta be stronger magic. I think she's resistant to the simple spells.
You'd have nothing to do.
As Yolder, seeing Cinder attempting and trying, and every time he tries to summon a spell, it's not, the spell, counterspell that you've seen plenty of times now. Mishasa's not doing anything. The magic is just failing.
Hopefully she is not immune to Blade, as Yolder just kind of brings her shield up in front of her and is focusing purely on protecting her allies. Magic she's exhausting some of her higher gifts, and no attempts at trying to bring her down with reliable things seem to be working. As she will take her staff and position it in front of her, beginning a very long incantation and reaching out to all of her allies within 30 feet, trying to reach out and find Lannister if he's made his way towards the door.
Oh, I did. The second that door is open, I was bolting for it.
Yep, he's right behind you.
And feeling the armor that I've wrapped around many of my allies and those that I haven't, now giving them a temporary, vestment, an aura of holy magic. As it pulses out, and orange like smoke and fire begin to wrap around each one of you, encasing you in ancient protections.
Oh, snap.
And you can hear the single sound of an anvil hitting, or a hammer hitting an anvil before you were encased in protection. Well, whatever we're going to do, now's the time to do it. As she braces herself for the inevitable onslaught coming in her direction.
Oh, yeah.
Woo-wee! And I have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons, so I gotta make sure I remember that. I'm good.
Oh, yeah. Alright, Lannister. This magical armaments attached to you now. These strange shadow creatures you can see past everyone, seeming to be blocking the...
Why
don't they have health bar?
Because they're fucking evil.
There we go.
Is this like all lit up like I think it would all be lit up?
It is lit up, except like when you first saw these creatures, darkness seems to just be spilling out of them. Your dark vision kicks in, so you can see fine, but the shift in tones, you know that you're basically standing in dim light. Even with the flame of your blade, even with this magic circle pouring out magic into this blaze, it's still dim, darkened by the presence of these creatures.
Before I go the full 35, I will cast Bless at 4th level.
Alright.
As I look at this thing on the ground.
Getting everybody but one person.
Well, 4th level I should be able to get all of them again, except Freddy. There's 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Oh, so you did get Freddy last time. Okay, gotcha.
No, I didn't get Freddy last time. I cast at 4th level last time.
Oh, I thought you cast at 5th level. Alright, as your bless reforms around him.
Does this circle look like at all the circle from the fucking demon tower that we were in, where like magic couldn't go through it?
Doesn't look like it. There's no, anything in the air. It just seems to be resting on the ground. Although, looking at it as you get closer with your high perception and the way that Vishasa seems to be sinking into it, you notice that the skulls and the ground that's within the circle seems to warble ever so slightly, almost like it's liquid or there's a shallow layer of water or something on top of it. It doesn't seem entirely solid. And as you see Mishasa sink down into it, it also seems to somewhat ripple around her form.
Yeah, it wasn't for much, but you definitely saw me peg her.
Did
Oh,
you
boy.
see Desmond pop her in the shoulder?
There's fucking something going on in there. Command me, Shadow Base! Bow before your new god. That'll be my turn.
Alright, Ivar. Chanted with all the magics of your party, including your own.
Fly up to here. The black flame still coating my sword, the mandated. Is that knife or Gladys actually on the table?
There does seem to be a small knife coated in blood on the table with a strange symbol carved. Well, it looks like carved long ago into the table itself, but the blood that's on it seems fresh.
Unnerved by that. Moving forward. Sort of flying up and around. Assuming these things are like taking. I can't move up any more forward.
Now they are taking up the entire entrance of this place, and as you approach, their large clawed hands reach out to crunch into you as they were waiting, holding their action to reach out at anyone close. And as the darkness coalesces around their hands, you've taken a blow from these things before, and you know these things are dangerous as two claws cut out at you, the second one connecting.
Are they undead?
Actually, they're with advantage.
With advantage?
They're with advantage because sacred weapons,
baby.
they're holy armor, yeah. And it seems like the advantage of them fighting in this dim light where their forms almost seem to just melt into nothingness and reappear. Still, you're protected, and they do not strike out with advantage. So one still connects. They do seem to be of some sort of fiendish nature.
As they swipe out, baby. Bright light. Give me them con saves, DC 20.
Ooh.
They're not blinded.
Able to make their saves. as one of them cuts in, only doing 14 psychic damage, as its form just seems to pass through you. But then you just hear this horrible scream inside your mind as your head just starts to split. But thankfully, that holy armor around you almost dissipates that scream immediately. And
I scream back.
Yeah, 5 psychic damage.
Yeah, you do.
Ah!
As it takes 5 damage itself. It's your turn, making your attacks.
So raising the blade up, striking at this guy, trying to cut him down. Get out of my way.
Get him. That'll certainly
Sicko.
connect. Ooh, doing 24. As you can see, the radiant damage just cutting through these things' forms. Made them almost complete shadow. They are almost defenseless against the radiant energy of your attack as you just cut a horrible gash through this thing as it dissipates and starts to reform, but it is visibly swaying by the damage inflicted by your blade, and as it is not completely whole as it used to be.
Not be my turn.
Alright. And I'm sorry, Frederick, before you get to go, I really gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah, potty time! Okay, I get to ask, does Freddy also get that shield?
Yeah?
Freddy is wrapped up in my holy aura.
Yeah, he is. Hey, stream! Are you thinking to yourself, holy shit! They're fighting a fucking demon with crazy shadow piece and giant fucking robots! This is nuts! I never thought I'd see level 19 fighting in freaking Twitch! Well, guess what? Every Sunday night you get to watch us murder fucking beasts, demons, crazy god eaters, all kinds of crazy shits, because the Expanse is high level combat and it's fucking awesome. And now we got our freaking Toman back and we're gonna kill everything and it's gonna be great because that's what we do on the Expanse every Sunday night here on Lionhead Gaming.
At 5 p.m. Eastern.
That's right.
But do you work late hours? Do you need something to help keep you awake for the slow moments on any stream of D&D? Well, have I got the drink for you. It's Artisan Coffee, the official sponsor of Lionhead Gaming, and provider of many delicious flavors like maple bacon, cookies and cream, strawberry cheesecake. What else do I like? Oh yeah, and the French vanilla is really good too. You can check them out at artisancoffee.com using promo code LION10 to get yourself a nice discount and help support the channel. Thank you so much, and I hope you're enjoying the show.
Oh yeah. Alright. Freddy, just outside the combat ensuing. What are you doing?
He's gonna fly just high enough to zoom over Toman and Lannister's heads and land right in front of this dude to begin to attack.
Alright. Cutting into him.
I will start with my beak. That's a miss.
I'm not gonna connect as this thing's form seems to waver in front of you.
Well, that was the beak.
The claws, though, they do connect as they cut through its form. Magical nature connecting soundly, although the necrotic energy seeming to not have any effect on their body. As I can find my buttons with a cat in the way. There we go. You claw and claw into this thing as... Oh, I did the wrong thing. There we go. But it still stands, still blocking the way. And Toman. Toman! Where's Toman at?
Keisha! Oh no, wait. Nicholas!
Keisha. Oh no! What happened to Toman?
It's because
He's
Keisha
still
is
in-
synced with him mentally.
He's still in Discord. Toman's he's gonna push his I win button that he got on his secret adventures, and we win. Boom! Boom shakalaka.
Desmond, it seems like Toman is hesitating for a bit. Take your turn. We'll see if Toman can get back. Have his turn after yours.
Alright, I'm just gonna shoot the dude that Freddy's working on. Let's get this real quick. Regular shot with... I'm not gonna bust. I'm gonna use my sharpshooter ability. So it'll deal 10 more.
Alright. Sorry, who are you shooting at?
The guy right in front of Freddy that Freddy was hitting.
That'll connect. Yeah, damage.
I don't think he hit close to that.
3.
Yeah, 33 plus a 10, so 40.
What's
Yeah.
Desmond's bonus action only as much as his hit modifier?
I'm gonna give you the hasted attack.
So his bonus gives somebody a roll, or in addition to his roll, he can use that as much as he wants.
Oh, okay.
Same thing, by the way. I take the negative. For sure.
Oh, the first one doesn't have sharpshooter in it. First one missed.
Did it?
The second one will also miss with sharpshooter as he.
You know what? Let's just to make the math easier. Let's just say that I use my armor to buff the first one, so that.
There we go. Nice. As your armor able to change fates ever so slightly makes the bullet connect, but the second hastened shot trying to put just right between the eyes, those glowing red eyes, and it misses just barely, shooting right over its head.
Sharpshooter drops what, 5 off of his?
Yeah. Okie day.
Toman, you back yet? Toman!
Nicholas, no!
Where did the Toman go?
Game over, man. Game over.
Game over!
Well,
He's gonna hold his action to cast a spell.
Toman can have his turn whenever he gets back as Mishasa starts to reload her revolver again. Lining up.
I'm back.
Hey, Toman! Alright. Take your turn!
Well, actually, I'll do another Blade song, and I will head up to you guys over here. And oh god, how far is she? She's not close enough. So I will go underneath Freddy. And, oh, this is technically in their spot, isn't there?
Yeah, they are taking up basically all those squares right past that line, past entire just filled with darkness that is their body. You could probably hop up on this weird sacrificial table and get at them, otherwise Ivar and Freddy are taking up either.
You might be able to jump.
Everything.
What you doing?
You might be able to jump if you get onto the table. You have a running start. I don't know what your athletics is or strength or whatever, but.
Okay, I'll throw in a freezing sphere inside. It's gonna freeze everything.
Your magic coalesce into a ball of freezing energy. I'm assuming it's gigantic, isn't it? Like bigger than Fireball.
It is. It's like 60-foot radius, which might be.
Yeah, that's gigantic. What spell level is that?
It's a 6th level.
As you can feel, your magic pulsing outwards as Mishasa stands there with a grin on her face. As the magic comes closer to her, the grin drops for just a second. As you can see the ice explode around her form, and she raise up a defensive hand against it. As the ice explodes outwards.
Dudes get hit too.
Indeed they do. And what save? Con save. As Mishasa does still have advantage against it though.
Where's Tollaby when I need him?
As the left one fails his save, taking 42 damage.
No, just 33. The 9 is from Holy Weapon. So
Oh, yeah. The left one takes 33 damage. The other one just taking 16. Cat, you're making this to...
Get him, Andy, get him!
You don't have Holy Weapon anymore, Toman, because you have Holy Aura.
Yeah. As you do see the ever so slight frost forming over Mishasa's shoulder. So persistent.
So is this like water? The floor thing?
It does seem to have this strange ripple about it, like it's not solid, and Mishasa seems to be sinking down into it. Almost like quicksand. Almost like
Quicksand.
Quickside.
Signs
I
on
love
wheels, I guess?
Quickside.
What did you say, Tom?
Where's the button? Does it freeze?
Nope. It does not seem to be actual water. It is very much of a magical nature. Like the ground and the skulls themselves seem to be warbling. Like the place is solid and yet it shakes and warbles and ripples as if it was like.
For freezing water.
But it is not actually water.
Or liquid?
It's the souls of her murdered
blood.
foes.
It's magic.
It's magic blood.
It's magic blood.
As indeed.
It's magic goo.
For what someone foresaw their future there for a moment as Mishasa pulls out a revolver and then thinks differently. Well, I've also practiced a thing or two in my time. Let us have you experience it. As you can see, she raised her free hand. As you can see lightning start to arc between her fingers as she reaches out and it jettisons itself forward, striking at Lannister. As it explodes into Lannister's body, it just arcs in all directions around her as she casts Chain Lightning.
There's no save!
I think
You can't save!
There's a moratorium on that spell ever since the Great King incident. So you can't cast it, sorry.
Spell casting ability.
Broken!
Also, quick question, because she was like shooting with a revolver, but like it looks like this is a pit. What's the elevation difference we're looking at? 'Cause it's kind of hard to tell from the art. It looks like it's steeper than it probably is.
Yeah, there's not really an elevation. Just the stonework just sort of breaks away to this rough, but there's no real dip. Yeah, there's no change in elevation. There might be an inch or two from the broken tiles and things, but
So what
no
do I gotta
discernible.
make?
What does her save DC do?
Dex
Do.
save. Everybody has advantage. Everybody has
Last.
bless.
Is it supposed to be 3 targets past the first one?
Yeah, as it shoots into Lannister and explodes outwards as it bounces to Ivar, Toman, and Yul.
Is there DC above 30? Or am I good?
Think you're good.
Yes!
The DC is 21.
I'm blessed.
Yeah, everyone's blessed.
Everybody's blessed.
Why didn't it add your +5 to my thing?
Ivar, you do have advantage because you also have Holy
Oh,
Armor.
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
As everybody makes their save, everyone taking 22 points of damage except for Toman. Only takes a... As you can see her sink deeper and deeper, and with a grin upon her face,
Why are you running, you scared little girl?
she seems to take a step disappear underneath the ground.
Fucking coward. She's a coward, Ivor.
As these things seem to reach out and try to claw into your forms. One at Ivar, one at Frederick. Both normal attacks. Advantage because of their nature, disadvantage because of the armor. Ooh, both connecting still though. One to Ivar, one to Frederick. Ivar, you take 17. Frederick, you take 16. These things claw into your minds, although Frederick might be immune to psychic damage.
He is.
Construct, baby.
Oh no, he's not. He's immune to necrotic now.
Yeah, not immune to psychic.
Okay.
The strange nature of his form actually gives him somewhat of a consciousness. A little bit, just enough that psychic damage can still damage the interior of his workings.
But he's not sentient. As the shade takes 5 psychic.
Ooh, as Cinder, it is your turn.
Step in. Make some room. And only attempting to knock each one back 10 feet total. My scale flares, and each of them get 4 Eldritch Blast shots.
Ooh!
The last one doesn't count.
So is it like the first 4 to the left?
Yes.
Alright. Give me 4 normal hits as they all collide with the one of them.
I just knocked them back 10 feet to position themselves.
Gotcha. As it is forced out of the way, its form dissipating, being blown back, and reforming itself. The other one taking even more damage than the left. Give me 2 crits and 2 normal hits. As these things start to be ripped to pieces as they are knocked back away from the entrance. But they still reform themselves. Strange forms still standing in your...
Take a step back behind the door. I don't do line of sight.
Alright. Gilder. Seemings like Shasa has completed her retreat into this strange portal, but the ground still warbles. That strange magic, the circle still there. But then you see something. The magic, the runes around these circles start to fade ever so slightly. Starting to turn from this bright red to this deep maroon ever so slowly.
I'm looking, like seeing Ivar go forward. I know he's, trying to get rid of these things so he can get to Mishasa, but even for a quick moment, with my really high perception and insight, I can see just for a second a red eye kind of turn to look at this sacrificial table, and it leads me to want to do the same thing as I go up to it and try to investigate it and see what is scrolled across it, if it seems to be, like, what do I see as I come up to it?
You see, looking down at it, what you've probably seen before, although most likely not of this power. Horrible cultish scribings, things of demonic nature, of infernal nature, and in this case, of devilish nature. It's basically a ritual of what looks like some kind of summoning, but looking at the stone, the blood is fresh, but the stone is ancient. The scribing on top of it, the scars have been scarred over hundreds and hundreds of times. You can see the edges of the table. The stone has crumbled and broken off. It reminds you of the masonry outside. This thing has been here who knows how long. And then the blood itself, it looks like blood at first, but it's different. It's coagulated, and yet still flows. And it doesn't look like human blood. It looks thicker. And the way it moves, you almost think that there's worms or something inside of it. But no, it's just the blood coagulating and then turning back into liquid. It's drawing around the circles, but it's moving ever so slightly. It reminds you of something. When those things outside died, when they broke and their insides spilled across the ground, it looked like blood, but not exactly like it.
Mind racing a mile a minute, Yolder begins to consult the gifts given to her and realizes she worships a god of creation, but things like this, foul things, can be unmade, undone, removed from this world, and she begins to try to call upon that magic. But then she kind of hesitates for a moment. She spent a lot of time enchanting and working with Tomin in inscribing magic into items for a while now, and she tries to draw on that knowledge to see if, even with the utmost energy, whatever this ritual is, whatever this magic, this evil in front of her is, can it be stopped?
You're gonna use I've given you all I'm gonna get for free. You're gonna use an action to try to check to see if it seems like this ritual would stop that portal. If that's what it is, that strange thing that Ishasa disappeared in.
If I think I have time. But, does it seem the ritual, it seems like it's almost complete, is what I remember you saying.
It just looks like, possibly. The color is changing slowly, though. Quite slowly. For it to completely go away at this rate, maybe a minute or two, but its purpose does seem to be completed, and it is fading. But the warbling of its surface is not gone yet.
Yoda, what are you doing?
Gambling. As I begin to call upon this magic and pour it into my staff and just take all of the energy that I can muster and channel it into a gift of unmaking, one that would dispel magic in front of her, as I point my staff down into this thing and try to push it, just exorcise it from this world. As I'm going to cast a spell magic in a 9th level spell slot.
Yeesh.
What was magic? Da-da-da-da-da-da.
As you cast the spell magic upon this pedestal, magic flowing into it and ripping it to pieces, you see the blood within it churning as it is, slowing and stopping. You see the sigils on this stone splintering and breaking apart, and then you just hear it. As the entire pedestal splits in two and breaks. The large slab, the top of it, breaking and splitting and falling to either side as it breaks across the floor. Looking up, that portal's still there. It's fading, but it's still there.
Estus guide me. This demon must be slain. As I just bring my shield up and try to catch my breath.
Alright. Expenditure of magic. Lannister. Yolder walks up and seems, with an insane amount of force, splits this pedestal in two with her magic. These creatures still remain as she seems visibly winded at the...
So like this big lighted circle, does it look like it was affected by it at all?
Doesn't look like it. It seems like now that Mishasa's gone, the lights, the warbling, do seem to be fading ever so slightly.
Fucking kill you, you fucking shadowy piece of shite! Swing at him.
Strike out. Your Radiant Blade. Certainly do it. Doing 19 and another 16 as your Radiant Energy cuts through this thing as it's barely...
Swing again.
As you cut into it, as it is barely still alive. But you can see as its form dissipated, as it's about to die, you can see the shadows being dispersed into nothingness. Seems to be sucked up into this other creature as it seems like they become one. Although, maybe one is just feeding off the other, as it doesn't seem to change all that much. Just seeping up this slowly destroyed energy of the other one.
As I'm going to cast a little bit of spiritual weapon.
Spiritual weapon bashing out.
Oh, didn't roll his attack roll.
What? It's all kinds of broken.
Oh no, it changed its shit!
Dun.
Let's see. There we go.
There we go, that'll hit. Doing 8 damage, crunching into him. Actually does another +5 because you don't have your mod.
Oh.
Whoops, I healed it for 5.
Blasphemy.
Its form barely still holding on, an Ivar. This last creature standing before you and this thing that Mishasa seemed to have retreated into.
Just bringing it up and trying to slash right through its entire form, up to down. I didn't put on blood. Does that hit anyway?
That'll certainly hit anyways, doing 34 damage. It's just barely still alive. Its form almost completely dissipated in front of you.
Just one more horizontal strike to make it. Wham!
So that'll do it. How do you want to cut this thing down?
The first strike is diagonal, hitting it just by its shoulder, and then the second one is cutting across its torso, making it disappear into dust. The black flame sort of eating.
As it dissipates into nothingness. Half a moment goes by. Mishasa does not re-emerge.
It did seem like
Just
the pedestal and the lights in front of us were connected, right?
Seemed like it. There was fresh blood on the pedestal. It'd be weird if it was fresh blood out of nowhere, but it seemed like maybe...
Rather.
Yeah, it certainly seemed connected, but it seemed like maybe the magic spent on the pedestal, whatever it did, had been certainly never to be used again now, but it seemed like it didn't stop anything else. As you stand before the circle on the ground, the lights ever so slightly dimming before you, the ground still warbling at your feet. And nothing else, except with the quiet of it all, Yolder.
Follow her.
Into the pit of. But okay, I guess
Yep.
we're going.
Oh, let's go! Come on, Hammer!
Taps on it.
Cinder!
Treasure.
Why do you think I grabbed so much? I told you we were never coming back!
So I reach out my hand for Desmond.
Desmond has a heart attack and dies.
It's fine.
I'm looking at the body that we're leaving behind, the thing that I had Freddy drag in the room.
In your bag, all of them.
The whole body? That's not how those bags work. It has to be able to fit through the lip of the bag.
Just leave it right here. We'll come back for it.
Okay.
Liv, I'll just ask.
If nothing
you
else,
to
I have
act.
this.
It's fine.
That
If
thing's gonna
nothing
wake
else,
up
I
and
have the
take all my money.
samples from the other thing. It's alright. Alright, let's go. I'm sinking into the pool of blood. This is disgusting.
As you walk forward and start to step into the circle, indeed, 1 foot at a time, you start to sink. As you older, you hear that thumping in your ears. It's quite obvious what it sounds like. The beating of a heart. Boom, 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 boom. As you sink deeper and deeper, it gets louder and louder.
I swear to Mistra, if these liquid ruins the gears on my skates, I'll kill someone.
You want me to hold you, Tobin?
You stay over there.
Just fucking like puddle jumping in the shit.
Feeling like she's descending into hell itself. Do this.
Of course we can do
It's
this.
just another Tuesday.
Let's fucking chase that bitch down. Ivar's gotta cut her head off. And he said I at least get an arm or a leg.
For the record, we don't have time, but I would have voted against this.
It's too late.
I would have liked the rest.
As you,
Kill a bitch.
as you sink down into the strangeness, you can feel this is not right. The feeling of this thing is horrible. It makes your skin crawl. Your ears, you can feel this scratching like nails upon rough metal. It's uncomfortable in all ways as you sink down into this thing. But eventually it rises up to your eyes. And you feel a dry heat wash over you as you open your eyes. And you find yourself on dark brown soil, heat radiating in front of you. Around you, you can see these large black metal spikes reaching up out of the ground, a circle of blackened iron that you're standing within, and all around, it's like you're in the middle of a strip mine of sorts. Layers of dirt rising higher and higher, a circle all around you. They reach hundreds of feet up, and the sky is this stark reddish brown, like dust is swirling in the atmosphere around you and in front of you, across a pool of what looks like boiling molten, not lava. It almost looks like lead. This strange molten metal stands Mishasa in her form. You would really chase me to the house? What is wrong with you?
A lot of
To your deaths!
Fucking kill this bitch.
Foolishness of man! You are so entertaining. Very well! You could have won. You could have had riches and fame and power beyond belief, but you decided to chase me to death itself. So very well. No more running. Let us have our bout. Let me cut you down one by one and show you the folly of your ways. Please entertain me. Wasn't really expecting this. As she draws out her revolver and scimitar in hand. And that is where we'll call tonight's session.
Either you take the head or take the arm.
Alright, we
Final
have like
four.
another hour.
Oh yeah, motherfuckers, we're in hell! Means, of course, my cheesy ass is playing Doom. I hope you're all excited for next Sunday as we take on Mishasa and we put her down for good.
Hopefully.
Oh,
Maybe.
as you all
Or
know,
she
out of
puts us
spell
down
slot,
for
so I gotta find a fun phone game for next week. But yeah, it'll be great. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just be here. It'll be great. Whew. I want to thank you all so much for watching and for being a part of Lionhead Gaming and enjoying our weekly games. We have the Expanse, the high-level game where we are descending literally into hell to stop this demon. We have Tuesday with Kingdoms of the South, where we are, well, hunters? No. Adventurers? Not quite. I guess militia members, right? We're under the employ and service of the town that we work from, and we are doing odd jobs for the time being, but who knows what may lay in store for us in the future. Get in now, get in early, get to know us before John kills us while laughing and we all die and we're very sad boys. And then we gotta make our new characters who will also join the militia. It'll be great!
It'll be great! JPK!
Thing about a militia, right? If we all die, there's just more militia. It's fine.
There's just more militia. It's a whole fucking city of them. I mean,
We're all
Anywhere
paladins
from, like-
here now.
anywhere from like 70 to like 195 people. I mean,
7 to 195. Perfect. That's the perfect number of characters.
Yep.
And you would be remiss if you were to not watch Thursday's game, Song of Rapture. It's like if D&D was a wonderful soap opera with no music, or no musical numbers, but still all of the great inter-character drama and just avid deep dive role-playing. Also, tons of combat. There's tons of that too. So it's not like you're watching 10 Candles. You're still watching D&D. We're still kicking indoors. We're still raging. We're still cutting things in half. You got Gregory cutting 3 things at once and making it seem like a cool cleave. You got Luna throwing black fireballs and being chased by her own haunted dreams. It's crazy. It's awesome. Be there on Thursdays.
The 21st.
We're not having a game this Valentine's Day, but we'll be back
Day.
next Thursday, confirmed from the DM. So we're good. I hope to see you there. 7:30 Eastern for that. 7:30 Eastern for Kingdoms of the South, and we'll be back 5 o'clock Sunday as we kill a demon. Or we just like start our new game where we're all
my
demons.
druid walks out of the forest.
We back Mishasa, and I've always wanted to play a tiefling, so I guess now is the right time. I want to be Mishasa's cousin. Is that cool? No? Aw. It's fine. It'll be great.
Can I just be an Archdevil? Like, this is the only way a level 20 character could ever just form.
I'm the other trade prince.
Exactly.
Second time during this campaign in this arc that party is pushed to the.
Although we didn't have to. I think.
You are excited. It's going to be great. You're listening to Doom the whole way through. It's going to be awesome. I hope you love it. I hope to see you again. And thank you again for watching. As always, our sponsor is Art Sand Coffee. So if you need a good pick-me-up with some wonderful flavor and no added sugars or anything like that, you can check out their wonderful flavors on artsandcoffee.com. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Just letting you know, there is some wonderful gear and swag in the works behind the screens. Things that may be available soon, so keep an eye out for that, for things like t-shirts, mugs, perhaps even horn drinking glasses like wonderful John has. So without anything else, I think
We got an after credit scene.
Oh, do we have an
After credit scene.
Credit scene.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me turn
As
down the music.
Mishasa calls out her taunts, preparing for battle. The older, it's quite obvious. You notice something. Hanging from a large iron spike that seems to curve upwards, like a large claw reaching up out of the ground. Hanging from what looked like spider webs is a large mound of gold. Moving. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. It's a large heart of gold is suspended from the spikes.
Oh,
So
fuck.
is Yolder still conscious, or like, I mean,
Someone
that's
call
God's
Serve
like
Pro!
heart.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, we are definitely getting the god. Oh, my God. Ah! Be here! See me totally get that super cool heart and then not want to make it into anything because it's the heart of my god and it's going to carry it around on my back and it's going to be great.
not at all creepy.
And then Britta's gonna be like, oh, fuck, alright, here's some random, I don't know, fingernails of your god. Make that into something, you fuck.
I just want to put it in a wagon and carry it around.
Yep.
I want to bear it like a cross. Oh my god, as the golden heart of my god suspends itself over like the lava or just like over the stone?
Just over the stone. Oh, right there. Dangling off the
Right
tip
there?
of the claw.
Oh. Let's see. Oh, dibs!
I push Lena straight into the lava, it's fine.
Oh, you call dibs?
There it is, look at it, it's beautiful!
Yep.
So be sure to see that and see the culmination of Ivar's vengeance against Mishasa this upcoming Sunday on The Expanse. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
What?
Churros.
you feel you can figure out someone who is.
Okay.
The spell itself just allows you to take one page of written information and teleport it to another page of written information that has the same rune on it.
How often were you sending them?
I mean, whenever he gave me something to send, I mean, I had a piece of paper, and then I would get a message, and then I would send it.
So he's just a middleman.
I think that you run this.
Yes, I think we're done here. Ruth, make sure to put the back.
Whoa, hey, I'm playing by the rules here.
Very well, then I'll put him in the book.
And I just give him his line alone.
Just real quick, what timeline-wise would that put his interaction with Devil Dan before or after?
I'll get right after.
So after we interact with Devil Dan, he interacts with
Damn it, Devil Dan. He gave you a chance to live.
Devil Dan.
I mean, his name is literally Devil Dan. Well, at least he's not selling drugs to kids. Now he's not selling drugs, he's selling and buying information. There.
Which is worse than drugs.
I mean, at the same point, you guys wouldn't have this information if you hadn't tried to sell it to Double Dan. That's how he got caught.
Yeah.
Devil Dan.
Wait a minute.
Sounds like we got a visit from a friend of mine.
Dun dun dun. I think that's the.
Okay. So, he goes, locks back him up. Who are you gonna go and talk to?
Yeah, he's being.
Yeah,